Servus from Vienna, live from United Nations building here in the cooperation between European Brand Institute and the UNIDO. We are really happy to welcome you once more to the Brand Global Summit. My name is Sonia Kato, and I feel privileged to be your host today. And be sure it's a program packed full with absolutely worthwhile information, with best practices, with a view around the globe to see how brands are, well, not only used, but also, well, working for acts like sustainability, or how we can talk about finance in brands, and how we can talk in trust and brands. In brands we trust. This is today's and this year's Brand Global Summit motto. And actually we all do trust in brands on a personal level, on the level of society, or of course as companies or organizations like the UNIDO we're co-hosting today. It's also time this year's Brand Global Summit to focus on brands and financing, and we're very looking forward to a panel where UNIDO will guide us through some best practices of their brands and brands featured by UNIDO around the world. It's really a privilege and also a big pleasure to be here in the middle of the United Nations building in Vienna, in a studio we just built up to be there for you today, and we're happy that you're participating from around the globe, and we are so looking forward to get you in today's program. And we will start, and we feel very blessed to have him with us today with a pre-recorded message here from His Excellency Gerd Müller, Director General of UNIDO.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to speak to you today at the Brand Global Summit 2022. This year's motto is "In Brands We Trust." This global discussion platform has become one of the highlights of cooperation between UNIDO and European Brand Institute. The EBI is our long-term partner to promote assets like brands and intellectual property. They are tools to help achieve sustainable industrial development and the 2030 agenda. The past years have been marked by the pandemic and all its consequences. We have seen a gradual shift from conventional growth and crisis mitigation ideas towards more innovative approaches. Today we can review our progress in this direction and map out a way forward towards a more sustainable future. As the digital transformation continues, brands or intellectual property become more important for generating value addition and competitiveness. This is all the more important for post-pandemic recovery and pioneering the jobs and skills of the future. On the path to sustainable recovery, we need to continue developing a wider, efficient and democratized use of brands and IP. Together, UNIDO and the EBI have pioneered branding as a tool for sustainable and inclusive industrial development. Our holistic approach brings many benefits, like our development of the branding for competitiveness and sustainable growth, service module, and the organization of Brand Global Summit. These initiatives help wider application of branding and IP protection and maximize their impact. Our UNIDO projects also bring into focus innovative financing instruments like thematic bonds, blended finance and SDG-linked loans. These instruments help bring comprehensive industrial modernization. They reinforce SMEs' marketing and branding strategies. They provide them access to credible financing. UNIDO's branding-based upgrading model has been replicated across the globe. In Eastern Europe, Central and Southeast Asia, Latin America and MENA region, and we are continuously expanding it. To engage every relevant actor from the public and private sector, we need to develop an intellectual property ecosystem, one that gives easy access to IP protection tools and digitally driven upgrading, modernization, and branding. To support innovation through IP protection, UNIDO and EBI are together launching a brand global exchange platform that will draw synergies from WIPO Match. This is a system to verify intellectual property with the World Intellectual Property Organization. To assist UNIDO member states with the challenges of digital transformation, UNIDO and the EBI will further expand their branding activities globally. We will continue to bring together leading branding and IP experts, government representatives, and representatives of business, academia, and international organizations. We open the floor for discussions that show how brands and IP accelerate innovation, economic performance, and competitiveness. In this context, the Sustainable Development Goals can serve as a universal umbrella concept, especially when it comes to linking branding with sustainable development, social and environmental responsibility, and impact investment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the more we improve the link between economic activity and intellectual property, the better our chances of achieving the Agenda 2030 and our commitment to leave no one behind. Progress is driven by innovation, as UNIDO's new motto is Progress by Innovation. And branding and intellectual property help safeguard this innovation. On this note, let me wish this year's Brand Global Summit every success.
Thank you very much, Director General Müller, and thanks very much for this deep and profound contribution to the issues of brands and how they are driving innovation. You see next to me Mr. Brandt, President of the Brand Global Institute here in European Brand Institute here in Vienna, and we are also happy to have him for his opening remarks. Of course, everything today is kind of his handwriting and his knowledge and his experience, and we're really looking forward to getting informed by Gerhard Rebicek what is on the topic of today's Brand Global Summit, and also what is going on next on the issues of brands globally. Happy to have you, Gerhard.
Yes, thank you very much, Sonja. Thank you very much, Director General. I want to welcome you all to the Brand Global Summit 2022, the 18th Brand Global Summit here in Vienna. Our motto is, "In brands we trust." In the name of European Brand Institute, I want to welcome all experts, partners, and all international guests this year again online on the screens and devices. Our special thanks goes to UNIDO and all the team, but also to the Mayor and Governor of Vienna, Dr. Michael Ludwig, for hosting us tonight at the Vienna Brand Gala in the Vienna City Hall. We are expecting about 50 or more countries participating at this summit this year. Why we choose the motto, "In brands we trust." Brands and intellectual property dominate the global economy, but still they are not very well understood. They are the least understood assets of all assets a company has. The importance of brands increases for businesses, economy, society, for developed and developing countries, as the Director General said, and especially in the age of digitalization. Brands provide orientation, they convey values, they create experiences, and also contribute to our being. They're essential for innovation, as Mr. Director General said already, new jobs, increased efficiency, but also they're leading to sustainable development and to sustained competitiveness, which is important in post-COVID times. And brands create prosperity. They are driving sustainability. And brands create trust. Some say that's the most important task of a brand, to create trust. They build long-term relationships, and that's why brands are more resilient in times of crisis. As a president of European Brand Institute, I wish all participants a successful and enjoyable 18th Brand Global Summit. You should get inspired. Please learn from the experts, from the case studies, success stories, and best practice examples. We have gathered them from the Americas, Europe, Asia, and we cast them here in Vienna. And as I say every year, if you only take one idea and you successfully implement it, this summit was a success. Enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerhard. Thank you very much also for inspiring everyone with us today around the globe. And yeah, for sure, I think there's more than one point you can take away from today. Gerhard, thank you very much for the moment. We're also happy to have here on location live at the UNIDO headquarters in Vienna at the United Nations building, Fabio Russo. He's Chief SME Development and Job Creation Leader at the UNIDO here. And maybe some of you remember him hosting a panel some years ago at our last Brand Global Summit, which was taking place live on location here at the UNIDO building with about, I guess, 300 participants or something like that. Yeah. Fabio, it's a pleasure having you again. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Gerhard. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure for me to be again with you, this time in person. And as was mentioned before, the motto of this year's summit is "In Brand We Trust." So my inputs to this dialogue will be on how we can achieve and maintain trust in brands, and also what are the implications for developing countries. And this is also in light of UNIDO experience all over the world. The UNIDO Director General mentioned all the regions where we are actively operating. Brands are often defined as the gut feeling that customers have towards a product. Successful brands, in particular, are those with positive connotations that provoke an immediate feeling of trust. When we talk about brands, there are many examples that come to our mind. In particular, successful brands seems to be found everywhere, and we might have the impression that to have a successful brand, it is sufficient to have a nice logo and an effective marketing campaign. But those like us who are working in this field, they know how far this is from truth. It is difficult, and it takes a lot of work to create a successful brand. This is true for both advanced economies and developing countries alike. In the session on regional brands, when we will present an example from a UNIDO intervention in the cosmetic sector in Tunisia, we will realize that how difficult it has been to work and develop an effective brand in the cosmetic sector, even if Tunisia is a country which is a pretty good image as a tourist destination. But how many of us recall Tunisian brands, even among those who have been in the country visiting it? While, on the contrary, the Austrian, for instance, brand Red Bull is probably known to many Tunisians, even those who have never been to Austria. Why I'm saying this? Because most famous brands are linked to companies who are coming from countries which have already a kind of a well-established image as even as a destination, which are known for products of quality. while the developing countries, unfortunately, so often suffer from the fact that people, they consider that from there are only cheap commodities, and they are surprised when they see that even high-quality products, innovative products, are produced there. Consumer, ensuring that consumers develop the right feeling for a product is the objective of many UNIDO projects. Creating that trust among a brand is a very challenging work. And this is why it's been a very close, let's say, commitment from the side of our organization to work for at least a decade with many countries to support them and to support their companies who were previously producing no-name products, assisting them to develop new products, ensure compliance to quality standards, upgrade their production process, launch a full-fledged marketing and communication approach, and of course access new market segments. However, brands do not only play a role with SME in the manufacturing sector. Actually, now I would like to mention the work, the experience that UNIDO has been accumulated in the last years, especially in the field of typical food products, which is very dear to me. Maybe because as an Italian, I always see that there is a strong potential in the countries where we are working in promoting typical food products with a strong local territorial origin, and I understand immediately what is the potential for these products to become a flagship for the territory where they are produced, and the possibility also to create synergies with other sectors like tourism, for instance. And so not only SMEs, but also farmers. But how can farmers become successful agro-entrepreneurs through the use of brands? They cannot only rely solely on their agricultural skills. They also need to get proficient at post-harvest operations, ensure a consistent quality, and introduce traceability procedures. Being professional at all levels and at all times is not only essential to build trust around a brand, but is also to keep this trust over time. This is the big challenge. And this is even more true when we think of products which enjoy a protected geographical indication, for instance. Like in the case, in Austria there are many, but I'm thinking of the Styrian pumpkin seed oil, or in other countries, the Colombian coffee, or the Darjeeling tea. As we will see later today, geographical indication can easily be linked to regional brands, which are also increasing at the center of UNIDO project, like I was saying before. And these regional brands can be really instrumental at promoting rural areas, giving visibility to previously unknown localities and fostering broad, diversified, and sustainable socioeconomic development in disadvantaged regions. Regional brands can also lay the ground, as I said before, to promote new alternative sectors, like the tourism. They can be linked to the local gastronomies, the specialty products. And now I'd like to conclude. Finally, the UNIDO experience in the field has confirmed that regional brands are a powerful tool for the achievement of the UN Development Goals, because of their contribution to inclusive and sustainable economic growth, women empowerment, preservation of biodiversity, among others. Therefore, I'd like to say, in brand we trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabio, for this excellent speech. And I think we would like to have you staying here on stage, and I think adding Gerhard once more to this kind of first panel. But maybe we would also get your input, Gerhard, about the economic contribution of sustainable brands, and then let's see if there is some further need for discussion.
Yes, Fabio, thank you very much. Thanks also for supporting this topic. Yeah, what we always say is brands contribute most. Brands contribute more to value creation than any other asset of a company, either intangible, tangible. Brands contribute most, and this for consumers, investors, managers, employees, the society. Yes, brands contribute to sustainability. People buy brands and not products. We have the brands in our minds. We create the brand value in our minds. Yeah, that's important. And how do brands create this value? The brands are not just a logo or a trademark. It's an identity. We will hear this today in the case studies. It's an identity. This distinguishes businesses and products, but also creates experiences, creates trust, loyalty, and long-term relationships, which are important and are also relevant for the value. This means the more trust, the more loyalty, the more sustainable relations you have with a brand, the more valuable the brand also is. And we talked about prosperity and about regions. According to our studies, we see that there is a 92% correlation between the brand values in a country or a region and the GDP per capita of this region. This means the more valuable brands are in a country or in a region, the higher the GDP per capita is. This means the more prosperity you have in a region. And therefore, we are doing these projects jointly, that we develop regional brands, we develop brand clusters, and we bring more value creation, more GDP to the regions very successfully, and you will see today a few examples. When we look at the global perspective, there are only 10 countries basically dominating the global brand arena. 10 countries account for 80% of all global brands. 10 countries for 80% of all global brands and 60% of exports. There are about 80 million brands in the registries, but only 5% of the global companies make use of this registering system. This means only the big companies use this system, which Director General mentions with WIPO, to register brands and IP. 95% don't use it. That's interesting, and that's why we are holding this summit here in Vienna jointly with United Nations, with UNIDO. When we look at the European view, what are the impacts there? 35% of jobs are directly or indirectly related to intellectual property and brands. Almost 39% of EU GDP and 90% of the external trades are depending on brands. We also see that companies with IP rights, with registered and used brands, perform better. You will hear this today from Professor Anger, perform better in every indicator a company can show. They pay higher salaries, they have more employees, and we see that this relationship is particularly strong also for SMEs, which is basically what we talk about also globally in our relationships. And coming to the financing issue, what the Director General also mentioned, what does OECD say to the financing with intangibles? There are a number of hurdles that need to be overcome in order for debt financing collateralized by intangible assets. But they should become more widely established. So this is what OECD is saying, so we work in the right direction. We want to collateralize brands, brand values, and we will show today that this is possible. And yes, these were my contributions. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Gerhard, and thank you very much, Fabio. So we're in that together and working for not only a better world, but also for a more sustainable world and also to help those countries. I think this is really tremendous, interesting numbers you brought with you today, Gerhard. those countries who are not yet amongst those who have the most valuable brands to get there, and how to go there. We will work out with you together today. So thank you very much, Fabio Russo, and thank you very much, Gerhard Revicek. And we are now jumping into our first keynote of today. It's again on the point of sustainability, but we would like to focus on how we can merge sustainability and innovation, and how we can learn when sustainability really pays off if we're talking about brands. We're having Alfred Koblinger with us, CEO from Iconic. He's a brand expert. This is a brand expert network, and he will give us some insights about how sustainability can pay off, and he's also including a best practice example in his keynote, and we're looking forward to have 3 more best practices after that. But first of all, the stage is yours, Alfred Koblinger. Here you are, and happy to have you.
Thank you. So, good morning. If we're talking about trust, there's one value which is becoming more and more important.
You just have to switch on the mic, and then everything is fine, also for the screen.
So
perfect.
let me start
Here
again.
We are.
If we're talking about trust and brands who should trust you, who you should trust, we are very quickly talking about one value that has become more and more important in the last 15 years. It's sustainability. In the early stage, we saw a lot of greenwashing activities of companies, which were very quickly punished by the consumers. So the attitude has changed in the meanwhile, but still 2 questions are imminent. How to explain the investment to shareholders, and how to explain it to the clients, because they should put the trust in these brands on the subject of sustainability. Now, I'd like to show you a business case that combines the both. So it's not only a question of investment. It should not be the only issue, because you get a lot of more out of it. Sustainability pays off is the question that we're all looking for. And if we look at a company in Austria, which is the biggest one in the dairy products, it's Scherdinger. They are a real big company in Austria with more than 1 billion of turnover. And funny enough, they are owned by 10,000 farmers. So this is not a company, it's not a stock exchange, owned by 10,000 farmers, with average 20 cows each farmer. They have about 1.3 billion liters of milk that they process every day, and 1,005 employees in 9 dairies, and 150 plus projects that they have. They are very famous here in Austria, and they have one figure that was really the image of the brand. That was this figure, a little man with a crazy hat who had a recognibility of 82%, which is enormous. But everyone should be happy with that. They were not. There was a CEO that was really thinking about what was going on, and he was asking us to come into the game. We suddenly, very soon found out that this little man, this brand image, has no relevance for the people who are buying the product. This was not a figure that was authentic, and there was no brand values linked to this figure. So, especially if you come to the point of sustainability, there was nothing that was linked to this guy. And at the end of the day, he was even pooling the brand. So what to do was the next question. And this was very difficult because many companies in this field, they are already working on sustainability, but most of them are talking about welfare of their cows or anything like that, which is not really relevant to people. So what we had to do was to really reposition a brand that was linked to this figure and has nothing to do with the consumers. Although there was a great brand awareness, and we had nothing else in mind as to do something to set up standards in sustainability. That means we were trying to change buying and consuming habits to reduce the vast amount of packaging waste. And with a very interesting idea of the CEO, they are going forward in the industry, and they decided to start a reusable glass initiative. So for any of their milk bottles and yogurts, they wanted to use reusable glasses. And they invested 3 million euros, although there was a vast resistance of the trade of all these outlets who said, we don't want to invest in this thing. Finally, with the aid of Greenpeace, the resistance broke down, and with the aid of the government, we could go ahead and go into the market with glasses, milk bottle from glass. At the early stage, it was not yet reusable, but we knew we had to go further. So this was one of the first communication that we did. The very difficult task now was not only the investment of 3 million euros, which was enormous, but you always have to ask yourself, how would consumers react? Would they accept? Would they believe in a new attitude? Because they don't trust anybody anymore. Will they accept a higher price, which was linked to the glass initiative, of course? Will they lug home heavier containers? Nobody knew. We tried to find it out before, but you know, with all this market research, you have to be careful. So what we had to do as a consultant to this company, we had nothing less to set up, nothing less than a new mindset with the consumers. Convey new values, credible and relevant. This is what is important. Not being famous, not having a high recognition is important, but that's not the end of the game. Our topic was mindfulness. Mindfulness in many ways, like for the animal welfare, of course, but also for our environment. Farmers who live up in the mountains, and they have really to be taken care of. Mindfulness for healthy food, mindfulness in the production process, and mindfulness towards the clients, the families with children who are buying these products. So when we set up a communication campaign, we have really set up a new way of communicating to get trust. So we shifted from a company's perspective, we have the best products, as you always hear, to a consumer's perspective to understand the value of what has been done. From a brand staging to a brand experience, moments of enjoyment have to be conveyed. From products to people and their stories, and from storytelling to story selling. Because nevertheless, of all these efforts, the CEO always said, everything we do has to sell, and that's normal. So what we made was a sort of series of TV series in a very sympathetic, relevant story environment that makes us feel this mindfulness and transports important content. And we put it on the base of a family. The family is the basis and the casual carer of these stories. Because family time is quality time. Everyone who has a family knows that it's very difficult to get them on a table, to have them together, to tell the stories, to have fun together. And that was what we wanted to show. So this series was called A Taste of Life. Every spot that we made was starting with A Taste of Life, and we addressed family and their daily challenges before we showed them a product, and communicated the product just as a solution to the story. This is The Taste of Life, and I'd like you to see 2 of the movies to understand how we introduced the sustainability topic using the kids to tell the adults what they have to do.
Wie das Leben so schmeckt.
Du, Mama, weißt du, dass es eine Müllinsel gibt im Meer, die fast 20 Mal so groß ist wie Österreich?
Bei uns wird es bald ähnlich ausschauen, wenn der Papa nicht endlich mal den Müll rausbringt. Aber in Zukunft gehen wir sowieso getrennte Wege.
Wie?
Statt Einweg, Mehrweg. Weniger Müll.
Und besser für die Natur.
Die Scherdinger Berghofmilch gibt's jetzt neu in der umweltfreundlichen Mehrweg-Glasflasche. Für vollen Genuss mit gutem Gewissen.
So schmeckt mir das Leben.
Wie das Leben so schmeckt.
Ich verstehe das nicht.
Was denn?
Wieso gibt es so viel Müll, wenn das die Umwelt zerstört?
Weißt, Lisa, sowas dauert halt. Aber der Weg ist das Ziel.
Nein, Papa. Mehrweg ist das Ziel.
Der nächste Schritt in der Glasinitiative von Scherdinger. Das Berghof-Joghurt im Mehrwegglas.
So schmeckt mir das Leben.
I hope you got the message. It's the next generation has pushed us to do better because we are not doing very good. So this was a massive change from normal product advertising to a trustful, value-based communication. Why? Because this creates a high identification in the brand and in their products. The funny thing and the good thing is that we didn't know at the beginning, of course, that this really paid off enormously. It has huge effects on sales. In the first year, the volume growth was 12.7% and the revenue growth even higher. And I have to mention that the major competitor of this brand at the same time lost quite some percentage. But this was not the only effect. I told you, we're not only talking about money. We're talking about the feeling of consumers towards the brand. And we have to influence all these very important values, buying values as I call them, like trust. If you trust somebody, you will have higher chances to sell. Trust gained 6.6%, proximity, which is very important, and recommendation, everything grew. And even what we feared a little bit, because this stupid figure that I showed you at the beginning was so well known in the country, even the advertising recall gained a lot of new consumers. And some side effects, we won the Austrian State Award Marketing, we won Gold Effis, and Scherdinger was voted after 1 year as the most trustful brand by readers of the retail trust trade magazine Cash. Summarizing, there's 3 success factors that we figured out. At first, it's the corporate attitude, but with a clear commitment to sustainability. It's not just talking about it. You have to do something. You have to prove that it's true, and you have to gain the trust with the consumers. Second, a brand positioning that is based on that is comprehensible to all stakeholders, not only to the owners. And the third factor is a relevant, credible communication with high identification potential, because people out there are looking for brands that prove to be sustainable, aiming on trust and loyalty rather than on impact. If you look at this slide, most of the people, most of the companies are always focusing on the left side on differentiation and recognition and brand awareness. But what we do is going from there to the right side, going to the value side, to the loyalty side. This is what we have done with Scherdinger, and this was very successful, and I hope this was a good example. But are we at the end of the way? No, we are not. We've just started something. And I like to finish with a quote of Ingvar Kamprad, the founder of IKEA, who at the age of 82 said, "There's still a lot to do. Wonderful future." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alfred. Thank you very much for sharing this very special Austrian best practice. And I don't know how about you, but I'm really looking for a sip of milk right now after all this conversation about dairy products. And thanks very much for also showing how the next generation's issues, like we all know, Fridays for Futures, are on the streets all around the world, can be also, well, giving a contribution to what we need to build up as a future image of a brand in a way that we're talking about their case but not overruling them, and I think that was very lovely done. We're looking forward to our next best practice. It's again about a product you can drink. It's probably not the right time in the morning, at least not here in Vienna, to have a glass of it, but it's a fantastic drink. It's beer. And we're very happy to have with us Gabriele Stracker. She's Director Corporate Affairs and ESG Sustainability at Brauunion Österreich AG, which is member of the United Nations Global Compact Steering Committee in Austria. And of course, we have to also add that Brauunion Österreich AG is part of the Heineken Group. And Gabriela, you are bringing a best practice from your world with us, and you have called it Brewing a Better World. And we're very much looking forward to your input. Happy to have you.
Thank you, Sonja, for your very nice introduction. Yeah, and as you said before, beer is a wonderful beverage. And when I was a little girl, I was just thinking, what would I like to become? I like flowers. I would like to be a flower seller, and I love beer. So I've decided to become a beer sommelier. So I would like to talk today to you as a member of the Brauunion, of the best beer in the world. We belong to Heineken 100%. And I would like also to address you as an UN Global Compact member, which is absolutely dedicated to the 17 SDGs worldwide. So when it comes to brewing a better world, this is our sustainability strategy. We always say it's a good, better and greener world for the next future. So, who is Brauunion Österreich? We have more than 15 brands, more than 2,700 employees. Everybody is passionate about beer. And as you can see here, Austria, it's very local beer. Beer belongs to your home base. So we talk about a very regional product. And of course, this is also important to build up there a green environment and to need to be very, very home-based with your best beer. So we can see here more than 6 big breweries and also very small breweries who shows you to be like craft beer, very, very dedicated to your home base. And of course, and I'm very happy that Alfred addressed it before, we are a stock-based, in Amsterdam, noted company. That means green initiatives always have to be dedicated, especially in Europe, to the upcoming European taxonomy. That means for all consumers, it has to be very clear what you're talking about. It has to be measured. It has to be part of a sustainability reporting, and it has to be true. Otherwise, it's not a value for your brand. It's not a value for the investors. So how does it come to take over these green initiatives? On the one hand, it's about the investor who really, sustainable finance, you know, who really takes care about it, and that makes sense for our next coming up future. And on the other hand, is also to raise the value of a brand. And beer, absolutely, is 100% nature. So when we talk about beer, it's more than 30% water you enjoy with a glass of beer. And we enjoy hops and malt, everything is nature-based, and even yeast. These are the ingredients of beer, and this is very, very nature-based. So that makes sense to ask consumers, what would you like to have more about enjoying beer? And we do this every year. We issue our beer culture report for the whole branch, and then we see what do the customer ask for. And more than 73% are asking for a green production. And then they explain what it means for them. Mostly it means the scope 1, so they're very interested, how it works with energy, but also how it works with workplace, because as I said before, beer is very dedicated to your home base, so you take care about your environment where you are living with your family. And with this beer culture report, we really know how to address the people, how to address investors, but also consumers. And so we have decided in our reporting to do it in a very integrative way. So we start with the production with improving the footprint. Here we can see the sustainability reporting on one page. That means improving footprint, saving, but also find up new innovation business. Then environmental like health and safety, like gender topics, but also building partnerships. And as we can see here, it's everything dedicated, our KPIs, to the SDGs. Because we know the compass worldwide to improve the world are the SDGs. And everything is dedicated to them. But of course, we pick them up, someone, and we very close together to our core business, which is building the best beer and brewing the best beer. So we are very, very focused on this KPI worldwide. And when it comes to Europe, of course, the taxonomy is just a rule base, it's just a foundation to build up our sustainability strategy. And we have a special program which says from barley to bar, we do drop the sea out. That means in future we will have the full value chain in a green initiative. So when it comes to green brewery gas, which is worldwide the #1, with a CO2 fully 100% production without having certificates sold or certificates buyed in, because it was not necessary. It was just made of really nature energy mix. And there we can see here the dedication to the SDGs, which are here more than 4. And then we can see here also the prizes we have won, just building the largest scale green brewery in the world. But how was the journey? Was it very easy? Was it just a joy? When I started with that and we said we will build the world's first green large-scale brewery, and we announced it, everybody was a little bit scared. And we had a lot of no-sayers. They said, no, it's not impossible, you cannot do this. This is a really large production. How do you manage it? It's not my job, some people said. It's just brewing a good beer, but not producing it on a green way. So we have to convince the non-sayers. And then we said also the spent grains, we can do a lot of things with our waste from the beer production. But the first combustion, which was 2002, it really failed because we had to test it and we had to try it. So it was not an easy way. And we always have to convince the non-sayers, and especially the citizen around living in Göss, which is a small town, and the brewery is directly located in the small town, and they have done an initiative against us. So we have to convince the media and say, hey, we are doing workplace for you, and we make sure that your environment can be for the next future. So building a green brewery, a large-scale brewery in a small city means you have to build relationships. And my brewmaster, Andreas, and myself, we have built our best relationships just to make sure that we can go out with our green brewery, with all our, the major has to approve it, the people have to approve it, and everybody feels well to build such an industry there. So the first partnership was with Mayr-Melnhof, which is our neighbor. We said, you have a sawmill, so come up, this is natural energy, and we will share with you. So more than 50% are coming from the sawmill, and we had 50% with natural energy. And then it comes to solar energy with panels, more than 1,400 square meter on this, it was a football area in front of our brewery. This was 2012. And then the next was the biogas plant. The biogas plant only from spent grain, not from other waste. And this was the big USB, because 2002 we did everything on that, and now it's just spent grain, and we succeeded to produce biogas there. So the idea was born, and the project was born. But it was not an easy journey. As I said before, we started years over years. Even in the 90 years, there was some idea what can we do with our natural waste. And then 2016, we have succeeded to build this green brewery, Gus. And when it comes to Heineken, they always say in 150 years, you have been the first one in this very small town, Gus. And even the Dutch people cannot really pronounce Gus. They always say Gus, which is really funny, but they mean Gus in Leon. So we are one of the 50 milestones in 150 years history of Heineken. So we received a lot of public recognition. That means especially from the B2B, from a business environment, like an European award for being the best producer on natural waste use, but also in a European award for special technology. And then, of course, we have been the one best Austrian best practice, because Gösser is more than 80% market share, and that means a really, really high awareness brand, and we have been also an Austrian product. And the most important thing is not only the public relations, sondern the impact was that the people are very proud to have such a brand, to build such a brand, and while growing, they always say we give a lot back, greater back good to the society. So the identification with the brand was very, very high. And when it comes to the brand again, as you can see here, more than 80% spontaneous brand awareness. And for us, it's the #1 in Austria. And of course, it got a lot of impact and value increase due to sustainability management. But the journey is not now over. It goes now step to step for the circular economy. What does it mean? We have built another brands and we have built another breweries. That means now in Austria we have 3 green breweries. You can see here it's Schladming, directly in the middle of Austria. Then we have Gösser in the south. And then we have Vorarlberg in Vorarlberg. And we will build all our breweries in 2030 totally in the value chain. That means also scope 1, 2, 3 for the reporters. That means packaging, transport, everything should be included in 2040. And the production in 2030. And that means when it comes to innovation and when it comes to the next step, that biogas production even can be purified and even can be used for the public network. And that means all other breweries can use this biogas. And that means, as you can see here, with the full energy, a part will go from the spent grain to the farmers, because for the farmers it's a cattle food, very important to have the farmers behind you. It's a very important relationship. But on the other side, we can use it for transportation. We really can use it for our trucks. And on the other side, we can use it for our next business plan, which will be trucks with biogas, more than 100 with biogas used from the grains fermentation. And that's what I really love, as you can see here, the residue of the biogas production, we can put it, we can transform it in a high quality fertilizer. And that means we can sell it as a fertilizer. And honestly, very beautiful, because it's very worthful ingredients. That means there's a lot of protein. You can sell it with a high price. You can fix the CO2. That means you save CO2 tax, but yet it also means you save water, you save transportation costs, because you just produce it directly on your site. And this is a really upgrading. And the business plan is also then to receive CO2 certificates, 100%. That means saving also here and transformation and going the next way into circular economy. And for me personally, that means I can fulfill my second dream. I will become a flower power seller.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. We just have all to imagine the applause that is now given to that fantastic speech, and thanks also for building that circle from your personal history as what you dreamed of to become once when you when you're grown up, and it seems like both dreams work out. Thank you very much. And I have to admit, Gössa, without alcohol is my daily doses of beer, and I love it. Thanks very much for all your efforts, and all the best for the future steps still to be taken by your company. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gabriela, and we are ready now for 2 more best practice examples we would like to share with you. The first one is pre-recorded because she was not able to be here remote live with us. It's Dawn Colossi, CMO of Software AG, and we are looking at her best practice, which is integration of sustainability into brand building. And I'm just waiting for the signal if everyone is ready to share this pre-recorded best practice by Dawn, and we are ready to share it with you right now. Here you go.
Hi, I'm Dawn Colossi, the Chief Marketing Officer at Software AG. Maybe some of you have heard of Software AG. Most likely, many of you haven't. So let me tell you a little bit about our company. Software AG is a 53-year-old software pioneer. In fact, you couldn't even trademark the word software these days. But back in 1969, when we started with software for the mainframes, of course, we were able to do that. Today, we sell software that enables the truly connected enterprises with products for integration and API solutions, IoT and analytics, and business platform and IT transformation software for managing business processes and mining, and enterprise architecture management software. Now that's a lot to remember. So quite simply, we say, we connect technology and people for a smarter tomorrow. Since we're all here at this conference today, I think we'll all agree that a smarter tomorrow undoubtedly includes that all businesses need to look at how they are becoming more sustainable. And not just because we all want to be good humans and save our planet, although that should be reason enough, but because there's so many new regulations, government standards, and investor implications for most businesses. And not to mention, consumers are becoming conscious of what the businesses that they're buying from stand for. So for these reasons, sustainability is now widely regarded as the next best big revolution for business since the shift to digital with the pandemic. And it's disrupting the way that businesses get done. For the environment and for society, that's a very good thing, but it does add extra pressure on the teams tasked with owning sustainability. While enterprises grapple to hit their compliance and risk management goals, they are also under a lot of pressure to develop sustainable consumer products, services, and they're responsible for their social engagement. So we know that this is very top of mind for most businesses, and it's certainly top of mind for my buyers. But to focus on sustainable business practices, meeting compliance, regulations, and changing the way we do business is a massive undertaking, especially for those still in the midst of their digital transformation. In a 2022 study by Vance and Bourne, more than 99% of surveyed senior IT decision makers say that ESG and sustainability are the very top priority for their business. However, most of those same enterprises have not yet fully completed their digital journeys that they started pre-pandemic, often far from it. And instead, many of these companies are still plowing through huge investments to execute on their digital agendas. And now, right when it was looking promising, the long road to digital maturity also needs to turn green. One thing's for sure, there's no rest in the world for business. This business disruption and the fact that climate change and sustainability is on top of everyone's mind, most politicians' agendas, and many companies' missions, it's easy for marketers to jump on the sustainability bandwagon and the latest buzzwords and hot topics to try to attract customers. But all that sounds very dirty, doesn't it? So the very first thing I feel compelled to say is that if your brand doesn't truly have a way to help consumers or businesses reach sustainability goals, don't make one up. That's called greenwashing. And consumers are too smart. Greenwashing, I'm sure you know, is marketing that portrays an organization's products, activities, or policies as producing positive environmental outcomes when this is not the case. This can really undermine trust in the brand and from the market, and can result in the misallocation of capital intended for sustainable investments. For any organization starting down the sustainability path, it's essential to take the time to become educated and approach sustainability measures from an authentic perspective. Symbolic or misleading gestures aimed at appearing sustainable is not the way to go. But here at Software AG, we really do have technology that can help companies get to those sustainability goals. We help simplify the connected world. In other words, in breaking down the complexity of a fragmented enterprise, enabling it to fully leverage the ecosystem around it by making data accessible between third parties, aligning data to the enterprise strategy for long-term measurable growth, making it visible for those that should see it to see it, and making it shareable for those that should be acting on it to act on it. We've spent a lot of time working on how companies should be thinking about that approach to the path of sustainability, what they need to know, what plans they need to have, and what metrics they need to measure, and what processes they need to change, and what goals they need to have to operationalize, and which risks they need to mitigate. So, of course, we want to talk about all that. But the very first rule, I believe, when going down the sustainability marketing path is to walk the walk. I truly felt that I could not be out there talking about how our customers should be creating their sustainability goals if we as a company didn't also live it and breathe it. Sustainability and responsible action are guiding principles that are at the heart of everything we do here at Software AG. This is not new to us. 50 years ago, Dr. Peter Schnell, the co-founder of Software AG, laid the foundation for responsible action that lives in our customers and our company to this day, with social responsibility firmly anchored in our DNA. You should see our headquarters in Darmstadt, Germany. It looks like a commune. But since the beginning of this company, we firmly believed that moral principles and economic responsibility are success that belong together in order to protect future generations and our planet. We are committed to creating not only economic, but also ecological and social value. We've demonstrated our commitment to this by becoming a signatory to the UN Global Compact, which provides a common, ethical, and practical framework for operationalizing corporate sustainability against universal principles of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. As part of our sustainability strategy, we have set a target for R&D investments to account for at least 15% of our revenue. In addition, through all of our participation in the collaborative research projects, we are driving the further development of technologies that make a positive contribution to sustainable development. We have committed that by 2025, 80% of our research projects will be aligned with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring our technology can support broader global sustainability efforts. Walking the walk was essential for me as a Chief Marketing Officer. You see, a few years ago, I was a Chief Marketing Officer at a research technology company, and I worked in New York City. And it was June, which we call Pride Month. And I started walking around New York City, and I realized that all of the stores had rainbows in them, and all of a sudden, New York City was lit up with rainbows. And it was really the first time that I noticed so many brands were supporting LGBTQ rights and Gay Pride Month. And so I went into the office and I started talking to some of my teammates about that. And I asked them, you know, what do you think of that? Like, I'm really excited to see the support. And of course, I am an ally, but is that really what the community needs? Is that really going to help? So we decided to do some research. We worked for a research technology company, and we fielded a study to understand what consumers thought of brands rainbow washing and putting rainbows in their stores. And it was really interesting. The results that came back were probably what I expected and not what I expected. First of all, most consumers really supported the idea of equity, equality, and inclusion. Most of them did. Of course, there was a part of the study, a part of the population who did not, and were really against the rainbows and the gay pride positioning. And we, of course, as qualifying questions asked, you know, are you part of the LGBTQ community or are you not? And surprisingly, I suspected that the ones that didn't support it did it for political or religious reasons, but that wasn't the case. Of course, there was a small percentage of that, but the bigger percentage of the people who did not support the rainbows and the demonstration of the rainbows in all of the stores came from the LGBT community. And the reason why, because we did quantitative and qualitative research, the reason why they didn't support that was because they felt that it was exactly what I said, rainbow washing. That those companies were just using their platform for marketing purposes, and that they really weren't doing anything truly meaningful to change lives for this community or create an equitable and diverse community that afforded the same rights to this community as everyone else, heterosexuals. So that was a really big aha moment for me. And again, I did question the authenticity of that, but that I've certainly brought that into, this thinking around sustainability, that it absolutely has to be real and authentic. So ensuring our own company goals and beliefs aligned to what we were going to say in the market was essential. Then came how we talk about sustainability in our marketing and as a company. Most will go out and hire a marketing agency, but that didn't feel right to me. I didn't want messaging or a campaign. I wanted to understand where companies are in their thinking around sustainability and goals, what they needed to worry about, and what they're actually doing. So instead of a marketing agency, I hired a sustainability consulting firm out of New York City called Be Good, whose sole mission has been to work with companies on creating their own sustainability goals for all the reasons I talked about earlier: regulations, compliance, funding, and consumer pressure. The first phase of our engagement was all around education. That was an intensive 4-week program where we all did a crash course in sustainability. We were focused on understanding what the different terminologies meant, what the regulatory drivers were, and what financial implications existed for our customers, and what they were facing with these sustainability goals. This education allowed us to connect to our key audience and be real and to avoid greenwashing. What we wanted to create was valuable content, even if the reader that read that content never ended up buying from us. Of course, we want customers to buy from us, but that could not be the objective with our content. Otherwise, it would not do what we wanted it to do, which was to help customers. It would not have been authentic. This, of course, is so much more than airport ads or banner ads with gratuitous pictures of trees and windmills. This was real educational content that spoke to our audience. And we're talking about real substantial content that would educate our buyers first and then lead to a conversation about what product was right for them to really help them in those goals. We've started that journey, and our guide to sustainability, which lives on our website, is our #1 asset every month on our website, and it's getting read by more than 7,000 times a month. But more than vanity metrics like website visits, authenticity was the most essential element in making that sustainability guide, and sustainability a key cornerstone in our brand. So in addition to the UN Council and our corporate responsibility agenda, we wanted to support real innovation that leads to imagining an industry to be more sustainable, inclusive, and diverse. And that's where our sponsorship of ERA Championship came in. ERA Championship is the world's first all-electric junior formula racing series showcasing high-tech performance electric motorsport in a competitive environment that guarantees close racing. Here's a little bit about them.
I grew up close to Silverstone Circuit in the UK and fell in love with racing. Motorsport has been a huge part of my life ever since.
My passion for motorsport began as a teenager, racing at Circuit Zolder in Belgium, and I still love it.
We believe that motorsport needs to transform and become more accessible, sustainable, and diverse.
With the Electric Racing Academy, we have created the world's first fully electric entry-class single-seater racing series. It's a place for startups and small to medium-sized enterprises to showcase their innovations.
Strategy is super important in electric car racing, and real-time data is the key to understanding if a strategy is working. That is why we connected the car to a Cumulosity IoT platform. All teams not only have real-time insight, but can even change settings during the race.
With ERA, we combine cutting-edge technology and sustainability. We create a pool of passionate talents that'll work their way up to the top levels of motorsport. I am Dieter van Zwegenhoven.
I'm Beth Giorgio.
And I am transforming motorsports for a better tomorrow.
The change needs to happen now.
It started when ERA approached us last year for free licenses of Software AG's Cumulosity platform to pull performance data from its cars and present it live to the analytics team in the pit lane. That live information included data on battery use, heat, and other key vehicle updates, which would enable the race teams to make up-to-the-minute adjustments to race strategy and advise the driver on performance. Of course, we jumped at that chance. Who wouldn't? And then this year, we've deepened that relationship by sponsoring ERA, and now it's called Software AG ERA Championship. Now, I wouldn't consider myself a sponsorship type of marketer, but this was so much more than putting our brand name on race cars. We love how ERA has completely reimagined formula racing by leveraging technology and data. ERA embodies everything we believe in at Software AG, from leveling the playing field to leveraging a truly connected enterprise. Beth and her team have created a truly inclusive and democratized approach to motorsport. We're delighted to extend our partnership with ERA to showcase the story of how the connection, communication, and collaboration between technology and racing has turned data into value to transform the racing world and to compete in a whole new way. You have to tune in and watch it. And here's what Beth thinks of the partnership.
Yeah, so obviously we're really excited and immensely proud to welcome Software AG as the title partner of the ERA Championship. I think we have a lot of synergies in terms of our mission statements and what we believe in. Together, we're going to be able to influence the future of motorsport, but also the wider automotive and sustainable technology landscape in a really positive way. We're obviously both collectively really passionate about cutting edge tech, innovation, connectivity, and I'm sure that obviously we've been already working together for a while, but taking this next step and deepening our partnership together is going to see a lot of exciting developments for the next few years. I think that together we're going to be able to make a lot of positive impact and lead the way towards a better, cleaner, more equitable future for our sport and the wider industry. And I'm really excited to start this journey and share our combined story.
Isn't that amazing? We are so proud to partner with these innovative pioneers and to help tell their story to inspire others all over to reimagine their industries for a more substantial future. We're just starting this journey to make sustainability a cornerstone of our brand, but I feel really good about the steps we've taken so far and the intentions we have. I can't say it any clearer. Integrating sustainability to build your brand takes authenticity and real action from the company as a whole, because it just can't be a marketing message. Your buyers will see right through that. And of course, authenticity is the key to really making sustainability a part of your messaging and helping the planet. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Dawn, and thank you so much for adding the word authenticity. I think to be authentic with what you do and what you're selling and what the product is about you're selling is one of the most valuable words we can use in the context of brand. So thanks for adding authenticity, wow, what a word, to our discussion. And we're ready now for our fourth best practice. Before we would like to sum up with our guests here live on location at the Vienna United Nations building at the UNIDO headquarters, some of the points we had already on the first three presentations, but we're adding now before we start into discussing with Alfred and Gabriela once more the issues of also circle economies and how we can, what it needs to really tell a good story in that context. We're looking forward to have Shraddha Srikant. She is from the UNIDO project, firm-level demonstration of technologies and productivity enhancement for the pulp and paper industry. And Shraddha, you're supposed to be here with us live remote. So this is Vienna calling. Shraddha, can you hear me? Hear you. So maybe you have to unmute. We see that you have your headphones on. And thanks for being with us at that Brand Global Summit 22. And I'm just handing over the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Also, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen who joined in person at Vienna, but also remotely like me. It's a pleasure to be at the Brand Global Summit this year again. Let me do a quick introduction before I delve right in. My name is Shraddha Srikant and I work for UNIDO in India. I'm the Projects and Partnerships Coordinator for a joint initiative between UNIDO and the Government of India, what we call the Facility for International Cooperation for Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development. It's a long name, so we call ourselves FICISID. And FICISID has basically been established to promote the inclusive and sustainable transformation of policy as well as practice in industries in India. And apart from a whole knowledge and learning function, we also look after the development and implementation of technical cooperation projects here in India. Now, these projects focus on building the competitiveness, adoption of innovation, and just general manufacturing excellence across the sectors that we work in. Today, I will be talking to you about a project that we've been doing for the Indian pulp and paper sector. And predominantly why I'm talking about this particular project is to sort of enhance and underline the role of a sustainability-driven innovation agenda in sort of repositioning or changing the customer or market perception of traditional industries like pulp and paper, as an example, that are traditionally viewed to be polluting or resource intensive, or just generally with a high environmental impact. Just to set a little bit of context, let me tell you a little bit about the Indian pulp and paper industry. It's an important sector for the Indian economy. India is the 5th largest producer. We make about 22 million tons of paper per annum. The sector employs close to 650,000 people annually directly and a further 1.6 million people indirectly. The sector is also largely fragmented, which means that there's a predominant occurrence of micro, small, and medium enterprises beyond the large paper brands that we all know that have emerged from India. Now, in context of today's discussion, we're talking about the role of branding, the role of positioning in buyer's eyes or in consumer or customer's eyes. Let me introduce to you that the Indian pulp and paper sector was classified as one of the 17 most polluting industries by the Central Pollution Control Board. By virtue of how the production process is, paper production is by definition highly resource intensive. So the water that is required, the raw material that goes into in terms of fibers that go into production, the chemicals that are required for treatment, or even just the capex that goes into production is quite intensive. And apart from how the industry is by nature or by definition, production is also, and producers are faced with quite a few supply side challenges. So limited availability of raw materials that they need, high cost of basic inputs in the general cost economics of the whole process, maybe dated technology or production processes that require optimizing, and just the general strain of needing to meet environmental regulations. So for the industry to be competitive, and let me also highlight, India is also one of the fastest growing markets for paper. So if the paper industry is going to respond to this demand, it needs to overcome these supply side challenges or constraints. But what you see now is that paper mills are increasingly adopting a sustainability driven innovation agenda. And this comes through in 3 or 4 main areas, by no means exhaustive or comprehensive, but let me just highlight, say 73% of the paper that is produced in India comes from mills that use recycled fiber as the primary raw material. So you see a lot of innovation in terms of the raw material that's being used as the primary input. We also see effort to move towards closing of water loops. That means moving towards zero liquid discharge. That means you treat and reuse and keep recycling processed water so that you're not drawing fresh water and you're not discharging high amounts of pollution loaded effluents, right? So this is another second area in which pulp and paper mills are working. The third is energy efficiency. So tweaks in the process or minor equipment that say optimizes steam consumption or energy consumption. And the last area would be something on the lines of product innovation. Now, the idea is that this shift to moving towards this sustainability-focused tweaks in the process has some real potential to change how the industry is perceived, right? So you're trying to move from an industry at large that is seen as polluting and highly resource-intensive and high environmental footprint and such, to be able to be sustainable. And that's quite a gap to bridge, but also to be able to deliver quote-unquote better products. And for some further context, why would this be important? India's recently banned, for example, single-use plastics. So if paper or the paper industry is to position itself as a viable alternative, it has to be an alternative that is sustainable. It can't be another environmentally not sustainable packaging option. So that's one. And the second thing is, I alluded to this very briefly earlier in terms of the industry being largely fragmented. And we're going to be talking about SMEs. We mentioned certain issues that SMEs face, but we will also be talking about SME-focused branding and initiatives and the payoffs for them in the subsequent sessions. But in traditional industries like this one, where a majority of the SMEs may or may not directly be in a consumer-focused part of the value chain, right? So your suppliers operating in a B2B context. So the idea of individual brands or even the capacity or resources to invest in individual small-sized branding may not exist. While access to funding, access to business development, expertise, and marketing is being worked on, what is it that will also, is also another part of the larger puzzle. The idea of transforming how a larger industry is seen is, I think, also an extremely important developmental challenge that branding, industry-wide or collective branding, has the potential to convey. So in this sort of background, in this sort of context, let me talk a little bit about what UNIDO has been doing then with the Indian pulp and paper industry. So with the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, that's the Government of India under the Ministry of Commerce, UNIDO has been implementing a project called Firm Level Demonstration of Technologies and Enhancement of Productivity in Indian Pulp and Paper Mills. The project has two large, broad verticals, one that talks about introducing process optimization measures, right? So resource efficiency, cleaner production, just general manufacturing excellence tools like quality management and Kaizen and things like that, which are meant to make units on the whole more competitive as well as sustainable. But another major chunk of the project is to be able to democratize access to certain technology solutions that have no potential to fix or address the sustainability challenges of the industry. So the idea is that we work on 3 technologies, which I will come to in just a little bit. But the idea is to work with knowledge-based institutions that operate in the sector, technology suppliers who have solutions that are commercialized or deployed in other contexts that have nothing to do with paper production, and the mills themselves to build pilot demonstration units that are then skid mounted and travel from mill to mill so that we're able to demonstrate technologies in real operational environments. Now, why this is important is because, again, given the context of SMEs, they may not have the access or the resources to do this kind of R&D or experimentation themselves. But that, of course, is a discussion for another day. We're talking about 3 technologies: membrane filtration, black liquor heat treatment, and the application of chlorine dioxide for water management. And I will spend the most time on the third because the narrative fits best with what we're here to discuss today. Briefly about the first 2, though. So membrane filtration talks about, usually the idea in traditional paper mills is to have processed water that goes through all the steps of production. You generate some kind of effluent that gets treated in an effluent treatment plant, which comes back in for reuse. The idea that we're trying to build with, say, membrane filtration is that you arrest processed water at different points in the production, treat it at source so that the accumulation of pollutants doesn't take place. And you sort of reuse and keep creating mini loops within the production process. And the idea is also that you don't need water to be potable for certain industrial applications. So you don't need to put so much load on the treatment equipment or solution that you have. The second thing that we're talking about is black liquor heat treatment technology. Again, I will briefly talk about the fact that we're trying to reduce the viscosity of black liquor that gets generated after pulping, but essentially to increase the energy efficiency or the energy requirement in the chemical recovery boilers that are the next step of the production. So the idea is that from a very functional operational point of view, you're looking at solutions that are most useful to mills that from a bottom-up approach transform the very nature of pulp and paper production. The third technology essentially talks about odor control. Now, in paper mills' efforts to become sustainable, I told you that there's a shift in sort of reusing and recycling processed water. Now, the issue is that when you start recycling or the same processed water goes through these multiple cycles, there's a buildup of microbial activity, which has an impact then on product quality and the process thereafter. So this has been translating in some Indian paper mills, the majority of which are using this recycled fiber, in then a buildup of microbial activity that causes odor in the production facility, odor even in the final product, but also then some marks on the final paper that gets produced, and the slime or the stickiness also causes, say, paper breakages. Now, this is a sustainability driven consideration in the mill, that you're trying to conserve water and reuse water, but there has been then this operational issue that now mills are faced with. So the third technology that the project has been working on customizing and adapting to the Indian process conditions has been to replace the current solution of adding biocides to kill these microbes with, say, application of chlorine dioxide. Now, the idea is that the goal is to introduce a solution that has lesser operational costs, but also has then a marked effect or a marked result in terms of the final product quality. So you see now at the end of a trial that we did, you see lesser paper breakages, you see clearer paper and paper that doesn't have marked odor. Now, this is just an example, but what has been the case in the industry is that these kind of quality issues are usually impediments or hurdles in accessing different export markets. And that has been the case for packaging paper that some buyers thought to have odor. And therefore that market sort of closed off for this entire chunk of Indian suppliers. Now, the idea is that a sustainability-driven innovation fixed market access problems, not just because one supplier made a better product, but we're trying to say is that sustainability-driven decisions on an operational, on a functional level, have the power to convey value and convey that over a period of time, we hope and we envisage that we're able to improve the positioning of this value chain in particular, in saying that we have the option or the potential to say, yes, we used to be a largely resource-intensive, environmentally heavy footprint-based industry, but we are now from the bottom up, reworking and re-enhancing all these decisions that we make on a day-to-day basis. And as Indian suppliers at large able to deliver improved, better products. And this, I think, collective value proposition or branding that we're talking about, just in terms of perception of the industry, is extremely important for an industry that has B2B export market type of value chain integration in its current form. And I think there are some lessons to be learned then for similar other industries that are looking for this sort of perspective shift. I think I'll stop there and I'm happy to answer any questions that the audience might have. Thank you very much, Sonia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shraddha, and thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, ideas, and experiences with us. We would like to just sum up this first round of best practices, which focused on the issue of sustainability with our guests who are still here live on the event location, which is the United Nations headquarters building here in Vienna at the UNIDO organization. So I ask back Alfred and Gabriela, and of course you, Gerhard, to our stage here at the improvised studio at the 17th floor of the United Nations building. And if we take a look back to where we started this best practice round, Gerhard, I think it's significant that it's not only about the way you need to implement sustainability in, let's say, a lifetime cycle of a product or a brand. It's also about the storytelling, or maybe shall I start with you, Alfred, because I think this was quite a remarkable example you shared with us. There were certain words that didn't occur in those spots. There were certain issues that weren't directly addressed, but at the end, the story was complete. So how important is it if you're willing to transform your product, your idea, your brand, to a sustainable and really also not only sustainable brand, but also to make the story adjusting the attempt or the idea of the company to create a sustainable brand? How important is the professional storytelling behind it?
This is another hen and egg problem. What is the beginning and what is the end? Of course, the beginning is the investment in green technologies and changing habits in a company. But with that, consumers do not yet know that you are moving to be sustainable. So when it comes then how to communicate it, you're completely right. This is the problem, because she, with her investments, she would rather need a lawyer, because every time everyone finds something to be against, no, it's not clear, it's not enough, and so on. And the challenge for us is to go beyond advertising. Because I was 30 years in advertising, managing a big company that I sold 3 years ago. because I felt we were too superficial. We have to go deeper and explain the consumers more than to be showing off, making advertising. In German, maybe we said instead of bewerben, which is advertising, we have to umwerben the people, which is hug the people, and not telling them we did this, we did that, not telling them facts. Although, by the way, Steve Jobs has done the same thing. He never told how good he is. He told what people have when they use a product. So that's, I can tell you, but the minds of people, minds of consumer are not depending on facts and figures, but on emotions. So when we can avoid to say sustainability, but giving them the feeling that there's something positive going on, then we will win. Otherwise, we probably have problems like we were talking about that the last 15 minutes.
Gabriele, of course, we don't want to go into the depths of your company, and probably you couldn't share all the answers anyways with us, but I think it's quite obvious that the journey you started so many years ago, I mean, first of all, you need a long breath to keep on that track, and second, you really need to rethink and think and rethink again. And even then, at those days, the consumer doesn't know what is going on behind the scenery. So what would you say is the kind of point where the idea that starts at some point is really visible also to be ready to be communicated?
Yeah, we have to think about two different perceptions. The consumer, the average consumer, and that counts for claiming, sees sustainability fully integrated. That means a green product, production. Then also the full distribution, the transport, and the whole packaging. So everything is green. It's like what we have in former times with bio. Yeah? And so we have to really to make sure what is green indeed, and you have to measure it, especially if you're under a stock-based company like Heineken, where you are dedicated to taxonomy rules and to corporate governance. This is really important to make it very clear what you're talking about. Yeah? And especially in the next year, for example, we go to the Green Deal in Europe, 2050. And as I said before in my story, until 2040, I want to be green in the whole production worldwide, but inclusive at the value chain. So that isn't now yet. It's just a plan to go there. And you have to be very honest and explain what does it mean, what are the milestones. So when it comes to consumer, as Alfred said, it's more the emotion and more the indirect communication and to tell about the advantage and to be very, very honest what it means in the next year to build a green fully product. And when it comes to sustainability reporting, then you have to measure year by year your improvement.
Go ahead.
The funny thing is that, name it, it's electric cars, it's building houses with wood. It's not the facts, because the facts of an electric car, you can only run about 300 to 400 kilometers. But it's at the end of the day, it's the good feeling to run a car, electric car, and I do so. It's the good feeling, I build a house out of wood. And that's the topic you are talking to your neighbors and to your friends. You know, it's not the fact that that counts for consumers. It's the good feeling.
It's not the fact for consumers, but the fact for investors because of corporate sustainable finance. And they really want to know, and you have to show up evidence, otherwise you wouldn't get money from the stock.
And I think that's a very good point also for our listeners, Gerhard. Of course, both facts are facts and true, but it's always a question of perspective and also maybe a question on which point of the journey are you at your moment, right?
I interrupt again, sorry. I think there's a connection, though.
Yeah, sure.
That's the journalists.
Yeah.
Because the journalists can either turn to the emotional side or to the fact. They can either support you or fight against you. So this is probably at the bridge.
Which is communication, yeah. Gerhard.
There are also different journalists. There are financial journalists and the consumer. We have the same electric car, so we have the same experience. it's important. How I see it, and I think this panel was very good because we saw there is on the one hand the need from the capital markets, and we have today, I think, the points from Refinitiv, ESG reporting, all the needs of the capital market on the one side. But on the other side, the real need also of the consumers for the brand experience. And this is, I think, what Fred showed us. Trust, loyalty, and experience. It's all about this experience. And what we also see from our research, the consumers want this sustainable experience. They want it. So it's not that we have to tell them they should have it. They want it, also by the kids, so they want it. So this is in line with this SDG initiative the Director General mentioned, with the ESG initiative of the capital markets, of how buildings should be built, of how ESG is, also when you ask for a credit line in the future, you should show that is ESG oriented and so on. So your interest rate will relate on this. So this all in line. And what I see, what was very interesting, the issue of circular economy. This is the real sustainable economy, in my opinion, that you also use and you think about this reusage. Last year we had Coca-Cola, they have this initiative with the plastic bottles. And also your initiative, very good. So circular is an issue. But then there's the challenge between what does the capital market need, what is also legally binding, this is challenging, and what is good for the consumer and how you tell the story. And I think this was perfect shown here by these two persons here, but also with the other two. Thanks, Dawn, for your contribution, and thanks to the Indian contribution. I think it showed where the challenges are.
Thank you very much, and thanks again, Shraddha, and thanks again, Dawn, for sharing your experiences with us. It seems like, Gerhard, only with this first panel, there are so many issues that really, they're shouting out for Brand Global Summit 23 to be talked into depth. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for sharing your insights. We are now ready for a little break, which makes us grab some coffee, maybe a little sandwich, and please do the same. We'll be back at 1 p.m. With our next inputs, and we hope to see you soon. Couple of minutes back here, live from the UNIDO, United Nations building in Vienna, Austria. Welcome back after lunch break here at Brand Global Summit 22. It's about brands we trust in, and of course one of those brands you all trust in, we're in, it's the United Nations, and it's the United Nations headquarters here in Vienna, and we are here at the joint program between UNIDO, also very valuable brand, and the European Brand Institute. So if you just jumped in for after lunch, we had fantastic rounds of input and discussion about best practices around the world, India, Canada, and two fantastic best practice examples here, live from Austria, Vienna, which took us on their journey as a product and as a storyteller on the circle-to-circle economy and products, and how brands really can learn from those and how brands, can really profit from those kind of ways to build a brand. We're after the case of sustainability, or the issue of sustainability, we're now heading into digital transformation and brand investment. And as we will learn now, digitalization and innovation need brands. Well, no big surprise. We're happy to hand over now the stage to Edgar Baum. He is CEO at Avasta, and hopefully with us already. I just check with the boys in the technical area of our room. Here you are. Happy to have you, Edgar. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Time, still we made it. So the floor is
Beautiful.
We have lost you at the presentation. You sure? Okay, then it's fine. Perfect. But we cannot hear him. We have lost the audio signal.
You're still not getting an audio signal. Buddy, it's a pleasure to be here to speaking at the Brand Global Summit and around what it is to go and build your brands with the world in mind. So let me go and dive right in, and I'll start a little bit about myself at Avasta. My name is Ed Baum. I'm the CEO at Avasta, and I've had the pleasure of working around how to go and understand the building of brands, to go and work with colleagues internationally to make it happen. And I've been teaching on the subject at the University of Toronto in Canada for the past 7 years. And I'm now able to share with you what we've gone and learned from building this, what we've gone and seen companies go and do in building their companies with the brand in mind. So what is Avasta? We discover the highest value strategies for our clients by deeply helping them understand their whole buyer base, the people who could buy, the people who don't buy yet, through measurement and financial analysis. Because if you cannot make money, it's very hard to go and build a business. And this enables our clients to have the clarity that they need to take their highest value actions to build their businesses for growth, and to be able to make acquisitions or to be able to merge as the companies grow. And what I want to start with is a couple of things that we've got to learn around building brands and building them globally. And one is that COVID has gone and changed the nature of business. From working with our clients, working with the people who have implemented building their brands systemically, almost all previous sales models that were being used got disrupted over the past 2.5 years. And all consumer behavior models became invalidated. We thought we had a very solid idea how consumers were behaving, but COVID disrupted them. We had to double check whether this was going to be the case again. And corporate strategy, brand strategy, product strategy, they needed to be rebuilt from first principles. We really needed to understand what made a company, what made a brand, what made a relationship with your customer or your consumer. So what we've got to learn from a global study that we ran for 2 years in a row at Avasta, and speaking with business leaders and executives, was that the ones who were succeeding the most were the ones who were analyzing with current data first. They were not extrapolating from the past. They were investing the financially understanding the range of their buyer behaviors. And that was a really critical aspect in what they were going and doing. And they were executing strategy from your buyer's perspective. You run a company, who's your buyer? It was no longer about running the business from the internal operating model. It was about finding and matching it. So it's amazing to go and see that this was what was driving financial performance the past 2.5 years, because this is what we've been working on for a better part of a decade, 2 decades, in having people understand that to be able to get to this, you needed to have your brand be a common currency between yourself, your business, and your highest value customers that are there. So why is this so critical here today at UNIDO at the Brand Global Summit? Because it doesn't matter where in the world you are, you now have an opportunity to access your highest value customers, regardless of where they are. And it's fortunate that in 2019, a global standard for how to do this was published after many years of effort across numerous countries and participation from dozens and dozens of contributors. The brand evaluation standard through the ISO was published. And it's all about going and building the brand from the customer's point of view, from the buyer's point of view, and seeing how it drove financial performance. So let me show you how it works. And what I really want to emphasize is it can be applied to any company, from the largest in the world to small SMEs, to regional brands, and especially to ones that haven't even started yet. So how does it work? If you've never heard of the brand evaluation standard, I'm going to give you just a very, very quick summary of it. And there's, of course, more information about it online. So what's there is that you're able to measure your business opportunity from the perspective of your prospective buyer by engaging with them and defining why something gets bought or not. Put yourself in their shoes, but not as a speculative thing. Actually go and measure it. Measure how many others are filling those shoes. Find out what they're willing to pay for it. Find out what they would be substituting. But would they have to go and take money from somewhere else to be able to go and buy your product or service? Where are they willing to buy it? How do they want to buy it? How often do they want to buy it? And when? Because people don't consume products and services and brands in a vacuum. They don't pursue them in a static state. We pursue them across a period of time. We use them across a period of time. And what's most important is that what the brand of the business needs is something that will have them pay attention and buy your products and services. We can get really excited by our idea of the brand, but if it doesn't allow us to go and have an impact for our customers and buyers, it then just becomes more like an art rather than something that builds a business. Don't forget, brands are something that facilitates something to happen in the future as the common currency between you and your customer base. And if you go and do this correctly, using the principles from the standard, and by really being conscious of the fact that you can do this anywhere in the world concurrently, it enables you to find your highest value customer. Why is that the case? Because not everyone in the world will be your customer. And we've been making assumptions that, well, we are starting local, we need to be able to sell locally. But what if you have a lot more customers on the other side of the world? So let's just walk you through some of the thinking that's behind the brand evaluation standard, and hopefully you can get enough from today as an inspiration for you to go and pursue something for yourself. So the brand evaluation all starts with the framework that is there. And the goal of it is, in the first group, you go to understand how your brand is developed or how it can be developed. You go through how it is defined, how it is differentiated, how you can bring it to market, what are the types of resources that you need to be able to do so. And you document them, almost like a brand business plan. After that, you go and identify what is the brand's strength and potential strength. But what's critical here, as you do this from the context of the market, the competitor state, you do it from the perspective of who your customer is, your prospective customer is, the financial realities that they're under, that you're under, that the economy's under, and what are the triggers that go and that drive purchase that you're able to go and measure. Once you've kind of gotten that definition, you actually engage to see how accurate your definition of why people buy is by going and testing with them. The advantage of us being in the internet age and having everything be digital is that the costs of us being able to engage with our customer base are radically smaller when the origins of the business and marketing and brand and sales books that we are so inspired by from decades ago were written. We really are in a new era. And while some of us know this, the goal is that almost all of us are able to know this now. And by engaging with your customer, you're able to go and understand that not everybody has the same value as everybody else. So you get this spectrum, this range of being able to determine with whom you have immense value or potential to have immense value, and then ones who not so much. And that allows you to go and understand the financial brand effect. With whom, in what part of the world, under what circumstance, will you go and have a financial brand effect that's positive, that's of value to you, so that you can go and build your business. And because this is not a one-time activity, it provides the ingredients for how to continue to improve your brand and your business going forward, to go and see what you can enhance in brand development, adjust things in brand strength as time changes, and be able to continue and repeat this cycle. And the beauty of it is that we've now had a lot of companies go and apply this principle since the standard got launched. And we've learned quite a few things. So why is this use of the framework so effective? Well, because it gives you the blueprint for a lot of different things that are reflective of the world today, especially in a post-COVID environment. Because it gives you the blueprint for how to start a business if you haven't started one. If you're in a business, it helps you understand how to improve it. If your business is struggling, you can figure out how to leverage it to turn a business around. What needs to be changed or improved about your brand to suit your customer base. And especially around being able to expand your business, where you're able to understand with what types of customers does your brand truly drive as the common currency between what you're trying to bring to them and what they would want to be able to buy from you. Why does this work? Again, because of the implementation of the brand evaluation framework. So what happens now with this in place, you can go from a population of the world who could buy, and historically what we've gone and done is we've started at one end and tried to get to the other, or we've speculated as to who's going to be the buyer. But with the brand evaluation framework, what you're able to go and do is you're able to find out who's your highest value customer who will buy. All it takes is following this process. It's not easy to get it started, but once you do, the value is immense. What's some of the reasons why that is the case? Because companies that have gone and implemented this have gotten a lot of clarity in how to go and run their business. There's core about 6 to 8 measures that are identified using the brand evaluation standard that aren't necessarily standardized across an industry. They're not even necessarily self-evident because most measures that we've gotten used as businesses are either broad industry measures or indicators or internal financial and operational ones. But the customer or the buyer was never really included. Now you go and get the top 6 to 8 measures that are inclusive of your customer and your buyer base. And it really goes and changes things because these measures are about going and finding your highest value customers. And what we've got and learned in over 3 years of the standard being implemented, from us going and doing it for our clients, from going and having students, who are professionals, starting or running businesses in the program that we teach at the University of Toronto, to others that have got and implemented it through other practitioners, is that they are 3 to 12 times more accurate at predicting future results than industry norms. Now that might be something that's really worth it for you, especially as you might be somebody in South America looking at starting a business and you want to know if your highest value customers are around the corner or 8 time zones away. You could be doing the same thing in the Middle East, trying to figure out where that value is. You could be in Australia, you could be in Austria. So why does this matter to be able to go and do this? Because if you're able to become much more accurate at predicting future results and industry norms, you have a competitive advantage because you're finding your highest value customers using less money because your brand is that common currency. And this can enable you to go and generate business results by finding that customer segment that is worth 4 to 20 times the average value of your customer in your industry. So just imagine yourself again, that there you are, and you have an opportunity to go and find customers that are worth way more than the ones around the corner, because the types of brands and products and services that you're building are not ones that can be maximized locally, but can be maximized globally. So let's just take a look at what that means. You would now be stopping to drive forward while looking in the rearview mirror. A lot of our norms, a lot of our training, a lot of our metrics are based on things that worked successfully in the past, but are not necessarily successful in the present, nor for the future. With the brand evaluation framework, with building your brand from a global point of view in one go, having it be from the buyer in, is that allows you to go and measure the future from your customer's point of view and see how your brand can become the common currency between your business and them. So I want to share with you somebody who went and did this. And this is a client of ours who came to us a couple of years ago called Miami Esports. And what they wanted to know was to confirm that the demand is there before launching their company. They had some brilliant ideas that invested a lot of time. But let me give you a bit about the backstory, because the Miami Esports story is really very much reflective of what this conference is about. Because you see, Miami Esports was founded by a Spaniard, Pablo Roche. But he wanted to create a local brand in another country on another continent. I'll give you an opportunity to guess where that might be. And he wanted to do it for a consumer base that is engaged globally in a rapidly growing phenomenon called esports. So what could he have done? Launch his company, make an assumption based on broad estimates, trial and error until he failed, but he didn't have unlimited money. And what he did instead? He was a bit humble and didn't assume that he knew what the customer base wanted. He invested a portion of his initial capital to understand whether he should do it in the first place. And he invested it in understanding the consumer in Miami. And if he was valid, he'd know where to start. So what happened for him? Well, we put the brand evaluation framework in practice with and for Pablo. And we were able to measure his customer base across two critical dimensions. One was, were people even willing to support a local esports team? Did it matter that it was from Miami? And were they willing to spend money, not just support? Just think about your local football team or basketball team or baseball team or rugby team. Have you spent any money on them, or are you just a fan, or you don't even care? So we went to go and see what was the case that was there. So we looked at, hey, are they active buyers? Do they buy multiple brands? Do they support teams? Would they support a local team in esports? Then there was another group that didn't buy so often, but would be a fan and would support. But then we discovered there's a whole bunch of other people who didn't buy very often, bought few brands, didn't really care about local teams or esports teams. And then there's another group who liked, buying from multiple brands, but esports wasn't it for them. So you can kind of take a look at, it's like, hey, we now have an understanding of what our brand drives from the customer's point of view. And what we went and learned is that quadrant one should be the focus. These are people who like the idea of having esports. It's something that they would go and support. Now, that would be the natural business hypothesis. But the difference that is here is because we engaged with the consumer base, not just in Miami, but in other parts of the United States, we were able to go and figure out how many people are there likely to be like this way. So Miami has almost 3 million people in its general area. And we learned that less than 1 million of them were already following esports. But not everybody was going to go and spend money on buying esports merchandise from the organizations that was there. And what was really critical is how many of them were inclined to become a fan if an esports brand was going to launch for them. Now, keep in mind, this was done just at the time that Pablo was looking to start his company. And we could already see qualified that there's a population of people that'd be willing to spend money or be a fan. But was it big enough to start a business? So what we went and saw was that a third of the community was inclined to support Miami esports, but it didn't mean that they were going to do it tomorrow. Consumers were spending their money across multiple brands. They weren't just loyal to one. They bought other local teams' merchandise or supported other teams that were there. And what we saw after finishing our analysis and looking at what people were willing to pay in a way that Miami esports brand and Pablo's company could still make a profit was that the initial market was worth $8 million per year. Now, if you're trying to start a company that's going to sell $1 billion in revenue tomorrow, this doesn't really sound that great. But when you're starting a brand new company and you're wanting to see, should I even start it in the first place? And how big can it be? 8 million is a lot. And what we were able to go and show was what was that composition, not just from a total population point of view, but was there a bias around age? And where were we going to find these people? And what were some deeper learnings that we got using this framework, using this approach from the prospective consumers themselves? Well, we are very much here at Avasta in what we do in not using averages to make our decisions, because we're focused on measurement, we're focused on using brand as a common currency, we're buyer and customer in. So working with Pablo and on his behalf, what did we go and learn? Well, Miami is not like the rest of America. There's a lot more women in Miami than there is in the rest of America. And that's an important consideration, because we went and saw that women and females in Miami were actually a high value target, more so than the rest of the United States. What we also saw was that age distribution of 25 to 34-year-olds was way higher in Miami. Miami is young, it's vibrant, it's hip. And there's, of course, some people that are a lot older as well. But again, that was going to be kind of like you're honing in. Where do we start? Where can we go and get that foundation? A lot of people think that the fans of esports are teens or early 20s. But what we needed to figure out is who was a fan who could spend money and have the money to be able to support a brand like Miami Esports. We're trying to find the highest value fit. And what we learned is that don't try and sell it everywhere. It's very clear. There's 3 areas. In the US, Amazon is a dominant channel. So that was a place to go and be able to make your brand available from your own website, because some people were hyper loyal to being able to buy direct and attend the gaming conventions where these fans are already spending money and are happy to spend more. And what we also went and learned was that there was some further differences in Miami to inform strategy. In Miami, people like supporting local athletes more than they did in the rest of the country. We also went and learned was a few things that were very critical to be able to build the Miami esports brand in Miami versus somewhere else in America. What was critical to be conscious of for Pablo and his team as they built the company was that you had to make sure that the team was satisfied with the roster. And people in Miami, for some reason, just did not like sponsors dominating the conversation. So it's a different brand that had to be built. There was a different consciousness that had to be built. So the value was in being conscious of this, rather than making an assumption that everything was the same everywhere in America and the world. So what arose out of this was the strategic actions to go and take to launch his company, to focus on forming a cluster and network of investors that were having a common view and vision as him, to recruit growing local talent. In esports, talent was typically coming together from anywhere in the world. It was a digital first sports practice that was happening. But Miami had something about having it be local. And we also went and saw from other data that was there to grow and have content creators. Make it local, source it local, even though Pablo was building it from Spain. And what we showed was commercialize using YouTube as a platform for the content, Amazon as a channel for distribution, and to recruit and promote local athletes without having sponsors dominate the conversation. These were his highest value actions. They didn't guarantee success, but they dramatically drove the chances that he would be successful. So at Avasta, we've made basic training to apply this framework available to anyone if you go to our website. Now, I want to warn you, we're about to change and update our website. So the paths may not be the same, but you can find us online, you can find me online, and we'll be happy to direct you to that in the future. We've also gone and partnered with Bureau Veritas, the world's largest certification company, to provide formal certification to those who want to learn how to go and do what you just had us walk you through. So that is something that is available to you as a result of this ISO standard around helping you go and build brands with the world in mind. And on that note, I don't know if we have an opportunity to do so, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Edgar, what a presentation. Thank you so much. And also thanks for sharing your contacts and leading our participants of World Global Brands summit here live from Vienna, Austria at the United Nations building in cooperation between European Brand Institute and UNIDO to guide our visitors, our guests, our participants to all of your knowledge, which makes it your homepage and your partners' homepage as well. And thanks so much for going into detail that deep to make sure how how every data you can kind of get to get your story started, how important it is to go into the depth of data and also to combine the right data to get a positive result. We are ready to have our next presentation, and I'm sorry to say, Edgar, there is no room for a Q&A, but I hope you can stay a little longer to be a participant of the next 3 inputs we will have now from Argentina, Tajikistan, and also from Farshida Safar from the Erasmus Center for Entrepreneurship. But we start with Noelia, and it's Vienna calling to Argentina. Noelia, are you with us already? I can see you. And I'm waiting for the audio signal. You're representative of the European Brand Institute and WBAF Latin America. So thanks for being with us. Quite a time difference, but we're looking very much forward to get your presentation about branding, innovation and development. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Actually, it's not that early here. It's 8:30 in the morning. It's already time to be awake and with strong coffee ready for this honorable panel. Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate the European Brand Institute for to invite me to join this annual summit. I appreciate also that it's an hybrid experience, and I'm ready to join a conversation about digital branding and brand innovation alongside these reputable professionals. Well, the theme of this year is in brand we trust, and the world is vividly and sharply moving towards the Web3, and we are compelled to innovate with a transversal and holistic branding approach, while SMEs are still understanding how to manage a social media strategy. In supporting local brands, it doesn't only add value to the local economies, it also facilitates entrepreneurial processes like scaling up and go-to-market strategies. It has been almost 20 years since we transitioned from Web 1 to Web 2, and some sectors are still trying to understand this Web 2.0 world. I see it in my everyday professional life. But the Web 3 is already around the corner, and it moves at the speed of light. So this is what we are calling a Web 2.5 or 2.5 world, because we are living this transition, and we, as marketers, we are still trying to understand and how to make this transition and how to brand properly. My name is Noelia Sanchez. I'm the founder of Puntur Ventures. It's my own consultancy brand for startups to help them to go global and to scale up outside from Latin American markets. Well, I'm a mentor, I'm an advisor, and I'm a serial entrepreneur. You can find me on Instagram as Nosan Word. Nosan Word, if we speak about branding, is a brand that my son created for myself, because it's the word of Noelia Sanchez, because I wear several hats and I have several stories to experience. I was born in Colombia. I was trained in Israel, trained in business. And I'm adopted by Argentina, a place where I'm living for the last 12 years, and a place that actually taught me about how to survive and how to explore these new markets, and entrepreneurial ecosystem here is very vivid. I'm advisor in scaling up growth and investment. I have more than 20 years of experience in marketing and entrepreneurship. I was a Web 2.0 pioneer, my marketing, and a Web3 enthusiastic with eclectic interest. And I'm also a certified startup mentor. So this gave me a deep knowledge also of what are the needs and the pains of the small entrepreneurs in different sectors in Argentina, of the local economy. Let's speak about branding and economical development. It's from business retention to expansion and attraction. Branding local economies is essential to help prospective and existing businesses to find potential markets and other markets, other places to grow. To accomplish this, they must understand the demographic and socioeconomic characteristics of the residents, including preferences, spending habits, and workforce capabilities. After the pandemic, we decompressed the economy and spread our focus from big capitals, which helped to enhance the development of clusters. My experience, for example, I used to live for the last 12 years in Buenos Aires, and then I moved to Cordoba, closer to the mountains in the middle of the Andes, of the Argentinian Andes. And it's a cluster for tech innovation and Web3 startups. We are also close to Rosario, to the beautiful Rosario. It's a port city between Cordoba and Buenos Aires, and they are developing a very important cluster of deep science and biotech. It's a mixed initiative from the government and private VC. There is a saying in Argentina, there was a saying in Argentina, that God is everywhere, but his headquarters are in Buenos Aires, because Buenos Aires is gathers still almost half of the Argentinian population. But after the pandemic, I say that since God is everywhere, he doesn't need a desk. Therefore, he can attend remotely in every place in the country. And it's a great opportunity for the brand clusters to effectively communicate the way they see themselves as a destination. They are able to show people why they need to visit and why they should live, work, and locate a business in the community. So next time that you visit Argentina, if you want to learn or visit a cluster about deep tech, you probably will go to Rosario if they manage to brand it properly, for example. If I'm saying that we also, as professionals, we represent those brands. When I say that I'm Colombian, the kind of reactions that I receive from people are related to why my country is branding about. So I'm happy that with the time we are more related to coffee, for example. When I say that I live in Argentina, most of the comments are related to tango. And when I say that I was business trained in Israel, of course, the connection that you do is with the startup nation. So those are the brands. Those are examples of regional brands or national brands that hopefully we will see more regionally explained. Did you know, for example, that in Argentina, Bariloche, in the Patagonia, besides its beautiful lakes and mountains and the Patagonian landscapes, is the most important cluster for chocolate production? Even if they are not producing cacao, they import it from Brazil and other places in South America, but they produce around 1,000 tons of chocolate a year. And it's one of the most important products for the local economies. And they even have a chocolate route where you can taste the different types of chocolate that they produce with Patagonian fruits and Patagonian herbs. This is one of the examples that things that we should do to design prosperity. It drives purchase behavior, as I say. The next time you are going to buy the best coffee in the world, I will hope you will do it from Colombia. And the next time that you are going to buy some exotic chocolate, I'm expecting that you are thinking about Bariloche for good chocolate, for example. And it gives value to artisan work. It builds diversity, inclusion. It promotes job creation. A regional brand communicates who you are, and it gives an understanding of what are the people beliefs inside and outside your community. Who is this community built from? And of course, the local entrepreneurs support productive regional clusters. They have thin budgets. They have a short vision, but they have great talents. So it's a great opportunity for them to empower the local economies. Growing the economy also requires joint efforts from governments, associations, and private sectors. I see this. I've been for almost 3 years a volunteering mentor from a national program in Argentina that provides help to regional SMEs, to local entrepreneurs in my field, which in this case it's digital marketing. And the everyday question, and every entrepreneur that approaches to me, they have the same problems and the same questions. How do I market in the digital world? And as I said before, we've been already almost 20 years of Web 2.0. No, 12 years, 15 years since the Web 2.0 started, and we still are trying to define, to find out digital strategies to promote our services when, as I said before, Web 3.0 is already around the corner. So cluster branding provides, as I said, a competitive advantage for regions. We need to acquire the proper skills, technical, financial, and entrepreneurial education, digital inclusion, accessibility and engagement into community daily lives, and of course, innovation that facilitates talent retention, export, and investment. And digital branding, it can be seen a little bit, it goes along with brand innovation, even though digital branding is an indelible footprint beyond the visual identity. We all know that branding can help an organization to own innovation, create and dominate a new subcategory, and enhance the perceived effectiveness of their purpose. Branding, it should be emphasized, does not mean putting a name and a logo on an innovation. It is a set of values, techniques, and directed at creating or enhancing the value proposition of a business to the customer. And the forgotten dimension of innovation is branding, not just applying a name and a logo, as I said, but unless innovation is branded, there is a risk that it could fade into the crowded marketplace and see its life shorten. As I mentioned, all these technology clusters that are growing up in Argentina, it's a perfect opportunity, for example, to start promoting Argentina as a startup nation. Well, and why I'm talking about digital branding, because successful branding strategies should be cross-channel, and we should quickly adapt our strategies to the new technologies available. The art of branding goes way back to the era of the static web. It progressed in Web 2 via social media and the internet, and its impact was felt for all of us. After 1.5 decades, the internet is experiencing a paradigm shift into Web 3. I'm amazed that still small brands are asking me how to enter to the digital world. Since 93% of all online interactions start with a search engine, therefore digital branding aims to build relationship and engage customers via digital channel. It has to be cross-channel. And well, with brand innovation, we create credibility, ownership, and perception. Those are the forgotten dimensions of a business strategy. And now we're talking from this transition from Web 2.0 to Web 3, and what it's about doing business in a Web 2.5 world. When we listen, the experts, the Web 3 disruptors to speak about tokenization and a lot of terms that we are, especially in our generation, that we are trying to understand. Brands have been using the internet to grow since the inception of Web 1 through all its evolutions. And Web 3 is the present evolution where investors, consumers, and brands converge. Web 3 or Web 3.0 refers to the new and improved internet iteration. Blockchain technology is the primary pillar of Web 3. As a result, the system employs decentralization and tokenization to provide a private, secure, scalable, and transparent interface. The concept of Web 3 is so large, we won't discuss it in this panel, that might be hard to grasp at once. It encompasses, as I say, blockchain, metaverse, non-fungible tokens, decentralized finance, and several other components. Therefore, to achieve this incredible feat, brands have to think, plan, and develop diplomatic strategies embedded in Web 3 tools. if the perceived execution of these strategies results in massive benefits. One of the signs that we need to move faster is found by looking through the lens of government and institutional change. It means when and where governments make changes to policies that affect a lot of people in a short amount of time. Those are the change triggers. We know, for example, with the macroeconomic context of Argentina, there has been large adoption of cryptocurrencies, and therefore a development for fintechs and another Web3 wallets, for example. And we've seen the same experiences in Africa, in some places of Europe, where the local currencies are not that strong, so people are faster than in other places moving into this new economy. And my worries are how small entrepreneurs are left behind these developments. The move to Web3 is going to be faster than what we saw from Web2 back in 2005. I remember when we started to market services in Facebook, when Facebook first opened their doors, I was one of the first persons opening a profile, and we didn't know how to, what was the opportunity for marketers. We only knew that we had to be there. And you see what is their model, and you see what Facebook and Instagram and now TikTok, it's becoming to our daily lives and for businesses. And now you can imagine that if small entrepreneurs and they don't know how to plan a digital marketing plan, how can we explain them that they need to start participating in the metaverse and to charge the customers in cryptocurrency? Surprisingly, for some in some economies, it is already happening, but we still need to support the smallest one and the more sensitive in sectors like sustainable producers, for example, artists, and that they are more reluctant to adopt new technologies. Did you know, for example, that from 195 countries around the world, 91 are already experimenting with digital currency, with cryptocurrency. That's a big number, and I think it's a starting point for us to start moving into
Noelia, I'm sorry to disrupt your speech, but we only have a 10 minutes slot left for 2 other presentations. So maybe you can make your final sentence. Is that okay with you?
Okay. Should I finish then?
Finish, because we just have 10 minutes for 2 other presentations left at that panel.
Yeah, I was about to finish. That was my last slide. So just to conclude, Gen Z and Gen Alpha spend the majority of their time in similar experiences. And I just wanted to present the last slide, but thank you very much for inviting me here. And I already gave my contact details if you want to deliver some questions.
We can share your contact details once more with our audience, and thanks very much for bringing your perspective to today's issue about in brands we trust. Thank you very much, Noelia. We are ready now for Savinos Jonaidova. She is live from Tajikistan and is there working with a UNIDO project. Savinos, I hope you can hear me already. We kind of lost our time schedule here, which is always a good sign because it means we have a lot of things to share and a lot of content. But I am sorry that I have to ask you to cut your presentation a little down, maybe make it a 10 minutes and not the 15, if that would work out. But we're very, very happy and feel privileged to have you here on the issues of e-commerce and branding. Happy to have you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I will try to be fast, but I have to demonstrate and share my screen to show you the uniqueness and our product. So I'm honored today to speak about the successful result of the UNIDO project in Tajikistan that introduced totally new approach and methodology ensuring sustainable light industry modernization and effective uptake of marketing and branding practices. Simply 5-6 years ago, Tajik manufacturers were very far from understanding what brand is. That brands are used in a business and marketing and advertising for recognition, and importantly, that brands create a value, create a store and value, that it's an intangible asset. So UNIDO technical cooperation project aimed to increase the productivity of the carpet weaving and embroidery and traditional textile sectors in Tajikistan by improving the technological cycle and spurring industrial modernization, introducing innovative marketing tools and identification of regional and international market opportunities. Since ancient times, Tajik people have been famous all over the world for their folk craft and priceless patterns. Today, traditional Tajik textiles, Suzani, is not only our national treasure, but also part of the heritage of world culture. This was the idea behind creating a brand, a Tajik national brand, that inspired us to integrate the combination of the rich traditions in folk arts and crafts with the latest global trends, which features the goods produced by the brand. So what we did, we developed industrial design manuals, handbooks of Suzani with patterns derived from architectural designs made of wood, stone, and mosaic decorations, which become a valuable asset available for the Tajik designers and Tajik manufacturers. The growing population of Central Asia country is mostly young, and the limited employment opportunities at home push them to move abroad in search of a job. The textile and clothing sector is one of the promising sectors for the cotton producing Tajikistan to offer jobs, especially women and girls. The skill gap remains one of the biggest challenges facing the industry, and key technical competencies are missing across the supply chain. So project supported SMEs offering a wide range of training opportunities to enhance technical skills on production and market access cycle. Along with other services to build capacity, UNIDO expert transferred the skills of finding partners, negotiating, presenting goods, studying fashion trends. And as a result, beneficiaries have raised productivity and contributed towards boosting Tajikistan carpet weaving, hand embroidery, and textile export. This is my famous, I love these pictures because it shows how we did change. So this is what the manufacturers were produced long ago, and after the UNIDO started its implementation and worked in intervention, today manufacturers have learned how to harmoniously integrate national motifs into everyday life, creating stylish and practical good for home textile and interior decor. So from this, now our manufacturers produce this. So The hallmark of the brand is the original combination of textures, geometric patterns, richness of colors, creative use of ancient techniques and traditional embroidery in their modern interpretation. Umbrella branding accelerates business performance and competitiveness even in challenging market conditions, including those created by the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a huge motivation for entrepreneurs that encourages them to expand their online presence, conquer online markets. So, an increasing number of SMEs are beginning to realize the need to create their own business or social media accounts in order to expand interaction with potential buyers and increase direct sales. LAL served as an efficient tool for building reputation of SMEs, fostering trust and credibility among customers. It's featured in every major exhibitions with loyal national customer exhibition fair, festivals in Tajikistan, and has become a widely recognized trademark with loyal national customer base. LAL Textiles presented Made in Tajikistan collection at the international largest leading industrial design exhibition dedicated to high quality and original design. SMEs united under the umbrella brand LAL Textiles nowadays incorporating e-commerce tools in their business activity. The country's national umbrella brand of the Central Asian country is already feeling the change. LAL Textiles, the country's national umbrella brand of artistic textiles, has sold collections online to several metropolises around the globe. So a colorful embroidered handmade tote bag knitted in Tajikistan, now seen in Santiago, or an ikat-made Suzani style placemat produced in Tajikistan is put on a table in Geneva. A modern style leather-made embroidered clutch, the art of Tajikistan, is a new fashion accessory of a lady in New York. So it's impossible to imagine a modern company or association that seeks to improve business performance without taking into account an adoption and list some of the main market game changers, such as e-commerce, online marketing, digital product development, and industrial design. The brand can tell stories and create experiences. LAL Textiles is a perfection of Tajik culture heritage. Digital platforms act, therefore, as media designed to transmit this heritage, bring into focus personal and universal stories, help companies to formulate their identity while reinforcing recognition and credibility value among customers. So the most important asset of Tajikistan is its human resources, with young and powerful creative energy in their desire to develop and strengthen the country's economy. We will continue to create new opportunities for work, career growth, and the development of sustainable business in the light industry sector in the Republic. Thank you very much.
Savinos, thank you so much once more. We all appreciated your kind of update, what is going on with LAL Textiles, and we are very happy to see your community growing, the products growing. We are very pleased to see them worn and shown all around the world. And honestly, I just checked the homepage and it's incredible. It's 17 pages full of products. So thanks for your contribution, and also thanks for underlining what we are preaching, and at the head of us, Gerhard Revicek, Mr. Brand, is preaching all over his life. Thanks for coming back to all these critical points one needs to really strengthen the brand and to really create a good umbrella for products. So thank you very much to Tajikistan. And we're now heading from Tajikistan to the Netherlands to meet Farshida Safar. She's director at the Erasmus X and Erasmus Center for Entrepreneurship. We're so pleased to see you. Farshida, we are ready for your presentation. And as I was told, we can make it a 10 minutes presentation for you as well. So thanks for being with us. Let's just check if your audio system is working.
Yeah, can you hear me?
You, and thanks very much for being with us, and thanks for sharing your insights on digital transformation with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm assuming you can hear me and you can also see my screen. Is that correct?
We can see your screen and we can hear your voice. Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Farshida Zafar, and I'm the director for the Erasmus Center for Entrepreneurship here in Rotterdam. I will try to keep it short. So first of all, let me start with telling you a little bit more about what we do at Erasmus Center for Entrepreneurship. We're here to create positive societal impact through entrepreneurship and innovation. And our center has been a leading center here in Europe, fueled by our belief that entrepreneurship is the primary driver for innovation. And we strive to embed entrepreneurial skill and entrepreneurial competences in the DNA of people by applying our scientific knowledge and network of the Erasmus University here in Rotterdam that has been founded over 100 years ago through entrepreneurs, by entrepreneurs here in Rotterdam. And we strive to actually embed that within our network. Now, I don't want to talk too long about this, so I'm just going to move on and go to my next slide, which is about digital transformation and what is the added value. So I would like to bring in a different perspective because I'm not an expert on branding, but I do have a technical and a digital background, so I'll talk a bit more about that. So first of all, let's start with the question, what is digital transformation? Because we hear it everywhere. It's all over the papers. It's everywhere where you look in networks. But to make it really compact and define it, it's the process by which companies embed technologies across their businesses to drive fundamental change within their companies. And of course, they do that for a reason, because they have a perceived idea of what the benefit could be. Think about efficiency, think about greater business agility, think about ultimately unlocking new value for their employees, their customers, their shareholders, their network, their region. And, you know, when you think of digital transformation, you have to keep in mind that there's, you know, two very important distinctions to be made within digital transformation, which is one is digitization. And that's the process of translating analog information and data into a digital form. Let's say you're scanning a picture or a document that is analog and hard copy, and you're scanning that and making it digital. So then we're talking about digitization, and you store these documents then, of course, online. Now, the second thing is digitalization, and that's the use of using digital technologies to change business processes, projects. Think about upskilling and reskilling your employees to use new software platforms. Think about using platforms to launch your products faster. And, you know, important is to know that digital transformation might include digitalization efforts. It goes a bit beyond the project level and the effects. You know, it's a bit broader, it's a wider range. Now, to understand this a bit more, more confined is that when you're talking about digital transformation, you're talking more than just tools or platforms or software. You're talking about changing the way your organization thinks about these technologies and how they use it. So when we're talking about digital transformation, we're talking about digital change, which requires a clear vision from leadership. And this vision should include how to transform the company for a digital world, because that is a prerequisite for a successful implementation of any type of technology. Now, if we look at today's world, you know, in this digital landscape, brands can grow from an audience from 0 to 100 or thousands or even millions instantly. And of course, we've also heard just about a speaker ago that social media has revamped the way brands are introducing themselves and how they interact with customers. You know, just think about all the influencers and what they get paid. Now, the ability to connect their products with the right customer and through digital advertisement, social media and influencers, that actually means that the sky's the limit. You can go anywhere with this. You can go really big. But there's also a risk. And it's important to evaluate the right place, the right time when considering the handles you use on your social media, how to interact directly with customer websites and live streaming, everything. And to keep in mind that not every social media handle might be as successful for a commodity brand. And at the same breath, it's also crucial to understand the difference between social and digital presence, because with a social presence, companies, while social presence alludes being active on social media, digital presence actually entails a larger online presence in the form of having a website, being on multiple platforms, and being active on social media. Now, historically, of course, companies would build a portfolio of brands, leveraging their infrastructure and supply chain and create efficiencies, and then build a marketing engine on top. You build your company and then you have a marketing communications department, so that they could actually differentiate their products from their competitors. Now, brands just need to be big in the eye of the target audience, in the eye of their consumer, in the eye of their customer. And another reason why it's hard to keep up with this changing world is that the power was in the past sat with just a few organizations, a few really good marketing firms that reached and increased brand accountability. Today you see a shift towards power of the consumers. So if you look at what is happening, the consumer is the one that's holding the power above the head of the brand, and no longer these marketing communications agencies. And customer loyalty in that way is also fleeting. It's fleeting because there's the power is with the customers and no longer with the brands themselves. And a couple of years ago, brands would always aspire to have the product that they were aspiring to have that could change instantly. That doesn't happen anymore. It's now up to the customer to decide. So for any company that is looking at how to succeed and how to keep up with the pace, all these companies need to ask themselves, what is success? Why should we innovate? And what's the purpose? And to succeed in today's digital landscape, brands really must understand and strategize around competitive dynamics and leverage digital media and social media to develop and maintain a relationship with the customer and understand that, we're in a customer-driven world. Now, there's many ways, of course, that lead to digital transformation, and every organization will have their own journey. It will be unique to them. For example, one company might go into AI and enhance the customer experience, but it could also mean that another company might just redesign their supply chain to make better use of machine learning. And a third company can make other types of prediction using the data that was priorly existing already and just have really good analysis on that. But for most companies, digital transformation requires a different mindset. It requires a shift from the traditional way of thinking what a company should be doing and how to brand themselves to a more collaborative, more experimental way to keep up with all the new technologies and also to keep up with the new ways of working and their customers who are really quickly changing their loyalties and going to different brands. So a few lessons that are really important for this is to, in order to sustain that transformational change that is needed for these companies, we need to kind of move away from that traditional way of there needs to be a burning platform, you know, and there's fear. So we kind of need to go towards a burning ambition, something that we want, that a company wants to do in the future for a better future, for example. A second thing is that there needs to be a personal reason for that change, as well as the organizational reasons. Those need to kind of align. And third, if the fire, the reason goes out, all other factors are redundant. So in short, you know, what is really important is to start with a vision, have a clear focus on what you're trying to do as a brand, and have a really good focus on what you're trying to innovate, and also to look into the intensity of the things that you're trying to innovate within your brand, within your organization, and have an alignment between the vision, the focus, and the intensity to measure if you're ready. Now, and this is one of the readiness tests that we do here at ECE, is we're always checking, are you ready to make that step? So what is your business model canvas look like? What is your market size, your competitive analysis? What is the problem that you're really looking into? And, you know, keep on this very experimental and very explorative approach. Now, and after those things are done, you can go back into the organization structure, set up maybe an innovation unit, look into your innovation processes and metrics, and keep in mind that within these innovation processes and metrics, you know, the skills, the tools, the metrics, platforms, incentives, roles, values, they all have to come together in one supercharged flywheel, in one kind of collider to make it into an innovation machine. And then last but not least, look into the leadership, of course, to end up within your organization where you have innovation drivers that can build and maintain the organizational entrepreneurship competencies and also keep up with the rapidly changing world. That's it. That's me. Thank you so much for listening.
Farshida, thanks so much for sharing, and thank you very much for presenting in your slides, yeah, how your processes are working and how our audience can learn from that. So once more, thanks to all of our dear speakers. It was Edgar Baum, it was Nohelia Sanchez, it was Sarminos Jonaidova, and now Farshida Safar. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge, your experience, your cases with us on the issue of digital transformation and brand invest. And your contributions came from all over the planet, which really makes the Brand Global Summit a Brand Global Summit. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for underlining our this year's agenda in Brands We Trust, and hope to have you back again, maybe next year at Brand Global Summit 23. We're now jumping into the third big issue of this year's Brand Global Summit, here live from Vienna at the United Nations headquarters, close to the Danube River, in cooperation between UNIDO and European Brand Institute. And it's about brands and financing. Of course, that issue was addressed already by so many panelists and speakers and in the presentations, that it was just a question of time when we are at the panel, which is focusing only on the issue of financing. And we are ready for another keynote, which is from Professor Unger. He is professor at the Department of Finance and Economics at the St. Anselm College in Boston, and he's a research partner for the European Brand Institute within the United States. And we have a pre-recorded statement from him on financing brands, IP, licensing, tokenization. What about the NFT brand method and brands as a collateral for financing, which also makes that a circle, or as we learned earlier, the question of chicken and egg, where to start. But we are very privileged to have his speech with us right now, and I'm just giving now the boys from the technical desk the sign to share the speech of Professor Unger with us.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Professor Dr. Stefan Unger. I'm very proud to be this year's keynote speaker at the Brand Global Summit. So for this purpose, I will share my screen simply with you, and we will go through the slides which I prepared for you. So I will just share my screen now. If you couldn't see that. So this is my set of slides I prepared for today. I'm talking in this year's keynote speech about brands as collateral for financing. This is a joint work with Dr. Gerhard Revicek from the European Brand Institute. I'm also working with him there, and I'm professor at St. Anselm College in New Hampshire in the USA. So we will first go through the overview of what we will cover today. I will briefly give an overview of the role of brands in general, then brief introduction to brand valuation, the role of brands with respect to collateralization, and then provide the kind of to-do list, what next steps would be, what needs to be done. So to come to our first point, the role of brands. I put here a nice slogan. That's the slogan from the European Brand Institute: "In brands we trust." That's a very accurate slogan, in my opinion, simply because it's, as the name tells you, it's about trust. Brands reflect trust in a certain company, service, or whatever product you think about. So the role of brands is very broad and specific at the same time. We can see that the brands are very important in many sectors when it comes to business. On the one hand, we can see that that's proven in through research and in academic world, as well as in the industry, that brands usually enhance business resiliency through a proper branding. And so it contributes basically to the stability of business processes. Second, very timely topic, as we know, power supply, energy infrastructure, and so on. With respect to the creation of social value, we know that with proper branding, we can convey a good message of equality of service, and therefore the role of brands can therefore also enhance the stability of power supply and energy infrastructure in general. It's a very important topic. Further, through the creation of brands, it's possible to create, for example, for a company, an own digital identity, and therefore contributes to the digital transformation we are all in and experiencing right now. So that's why brands play an important role there. With respect to the development, we know that a role of brands promote a sustainable development. There are certain key factors which we have to take into account. For example, longevity, sustainability, and quality of service. These are key features of a successful brand. Another point which is important for the role of brands is that it enables access to financing. We'll go into that a little bit later. But this is a key issue when it comes to sources of financing for companies. So brands play an important role there. Further, we know that brands add value to products and services or sustainable development in general. They improve competitiveness of companies, organizations, also cities and regions. So we'll see this in the last point too. So they basically allow a distinction, and therefore through a higher level of competition, simply the creation of more value and therefore of more growth. Further, they contribute to increased exports, simply if it's possible to have a recognizable brand or product, it's possible to increase exports through that, and therefore also enable broader market access globally. Through that, automatically also brands link innovation and creativity. So they bring this into, translate this directly into the product. It's reflected in the product. Yeah, and finally, through brands, and we saw this before, through the improvement of competition and companies and cities and regions, it therefore also promotes regional development. So this is just a list I put out there. There are many more points, and we will mostly focus on the financing role of brands in this talk. And so the first steps, what you will need to consider when you consider brands for financing is that you have to create a brand, of course. So that's the first step. But you're not done with just creating a brand. The most crucial role is then to maintain the brand, which requires proper management and organization and skill set for that, which needs to be acquired, as well as proper skill set then to grow the brand, because you want to, of course, grow your company and be more sustainable for the future. So this it's important, therefore, to have proper management organization of brands. Coming to the aspect of financing, we'll briefly provide an overview of the latest research we laid out with empirical data, and then come to the to-do list of the next steps and what does this mean for the potential collateralization of brands and their values for financing. So brand value, as we found out, can significantly lower financing costs of a firm. So if a firm has a high brand value, the costs for financing get cheaper. So that's an empirically, was shown empirically by us in research. And then brand value contributes to a sustainable development of a firm. This is measurable through certain indicators as provided by Refinitiv. We were looking, for example, at ESG measures, and we could identify certain indicators which lead to the conclusion that the sustainable development of the firm is being brought further with an increased brand value. And further, brand value can increase the company valuation through collateralization. And that's the point where we go into next. How to utilize that. Basically, key insights from our research are that brand value reduces the cost of debt for the future, especially the next year. Further, brand value increases revenue, income, and earnings before incomes and taxes. And therefore, the stock price, we could see a positive effect on the stock price in the year after, and even more subsequently. So this is, on the one hand, an indication for a sustainable effect of brands on certain business measures. Further, we could see that brand value increases social responsibility, which is measured as one pillar in the ESG measure. And so we could see that it's increased in the next year and even more after 1 year, which is an indication for this a sustainable effect again. So very interesting. Further, we could see that a significant reduction of financing costs allow collateralization of the brand value. So is it possible when we have a high valuation for a brand to lower the financing costs? This leads to a sustainable long-term effect for a company. Further, investments in brands is very important. So we could see that this benefits all stakeholders. Banks basically provide loans, as we know, and they require collateral for that. So why not to consider brands as brand values as collateral? It provides capital and know-how, and it creates value, growth, and prosperity. My talk. Thank you for your attention, and I'm opening the floor for the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steffen Unger, for your contribution. Since it is a pre-recorded message, we will take your issues maybe to our discussion round here. We will do live on stage of this Brand Global Summit. But thanks very much for starting with your keynote, the issues of brands and financing. After having this contribution from Boston, we're now heading to Hong Kong, where Trevor Lee, Senior Director, Investment Products Division, Securities and Futures Commission Policy Consideration Commission, talking about policy considerations on digital asset investment products. And we're happy to have you. This is probably kind of good afternoon to Hong Kong. So happy to have you.
It's good evening, actually.
Yeah, I was just confused because there's still so much light behind you. And in
picture.
I should put on my glasses. They just told me to take them off. This is what happens then, guys.
Thanks for the introduction. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and many thanks to the European Brand Institute and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization for inviting me to today's session on brands and financing. So after the 2008 GFC, investment products, particularly open-end funds, have grown significantly in size. They have become an important source of financing for the real economy by channeling capital to companies through investing in their stocks and bonds. They also help democratize the financial market by enabling retail investors to participate in the otherwise inaccessible market, such as the corporate bond market. And this comes with a robust set of regulations on investment funds to protect retail investors, which is one of the key responsibilities of the Hong Kong Securities and Futures Commission, the SFC, and many other regulators globally. Fast forward to 2022, recent technological advances have already disrupted the business models of many industries, including their financing channels. An increasing number of companies launch their projects innovatively with the aid of tokenization and NFT. These tokens and digital assets have become financially appealing to investors and result in demand for investment products investing in digital assets. The SFC is a principles-based regulator, and we adopt a technologically neutral regulatory approach. Hong Kong is also an international financial and wealth management center where we strive to offer a broad range of investment products that meet investor demands with appropriate safeguards. In June, the Hong Kong government introduced a bill into the Legislative Council which seeks to set up a new licensing regime for digital assets service providers, including trading platforms, to be administered by the SFC. If passed, we will be overseeing service provider of digital assets beyond securities and futures. We have observed some major overseas market launching exchange-traded funds, ETFs, that provide exposure to digital assets, either through a direct investment or investing in their futures contract. We have therefore been actively considering and engaging with the industry and other stakeholders to put in place a regulatory regime that would enable the authorization of these ETFs for public offering in Hong Kong. After all, from investor protection perspective, it may be better for retail investors to access such exposure through appropriate product and conduct regulation. And I'll now highlight some of our policy considerations. To start with, digital assets are in many ways different from conventional assets. Correspondingly, they may require different approaches to address the typical investor protections concern. Clearly, not all digital assets are suitable for retail investors. To make an informed investment decision, risks and features of an eligible digital asset need to be reasonably comprehensible by retail investors. We'll also assess whether the ecosystem for a particular digital asset is comparable to a mature securities market. For example, is there a regulated futures market on the digital asset so that part of its pricing information process is regulated? Is there sufficient secondary market liquidity to support daily redeemability of ETFs? On custody of digital assets held by the ETFs, there are questions as to whether custodians can offer safekeeping standard comparable to conventional assets. In case of loss, it is also harder to track down the digital assets for recovery. We've so far placed a lot of focus on assessing the extent to which measures such as storage by cold wallet and insurance schemes could alleviate the custody concern. Turning to trading platforms where the ETF buy and sell digital assets, They are generally less regulated or only regulated for anti-money laundering or counter-terrorist financing purposes. Accordingly, they feature less investor protection than traditional securities market and may be less resistant to fraud and market manipulation. The difficulties experienced by these trading platforms in the past also raise questions on their operational robustness and readiness to ride out periods of high market volatility. Therefore, trading platforms need to be carefully selected by an ETF. Now here, this is just a glimpse of the regulatory issues we've examined. Overall, it appears that only a handful of digital assets with a more mature ecosystem and established secondary market liquidity, for example, like Bitcoin or Ethereum, are suitable for ETFs. That said, as digital assets continue to edge towards mainstream finance, the Hong Kong SFC stand ready to facilitate innovation while maintaining resilience. We fully appreciate the potential benefits of allowing digital asset investment products to be offered to retail investors if proper safeguards are in place. We'll ensure that our rules, which are designed for investor protection and orderly and safe markets, also apply in digital environments. With that, we look forward to further engaging the industry to resolve any outstanding issues and expand the scope of eligible digital assets for investment products. So thank you very much, and I wish you a successful summit.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Trevor Lee, and thank you very much for staying with us maybe another couple of minutes. And yeah, it seems like Hong Kong is the place to be. Thanks for being with us. In the program, you might still find the name of Vera Kotsis. She would have been our next speaker, but due to well, some sickness occurring today, she cannot be part of it. And all the best from this point to you, Vera. So we are even more happy to have him here now on location. Our next speaker is probably to those who are already in the fan bubble of Brand Global Summit, an old known friend, and he is always contributing full of worth and full of impact for whatever is your connection to brands, and we're very happy to have him. And for sure, I mean, I'm sorry for saying old, he's a long-time friend. Herbert Kober, happy to have you from his partner at Deloitte Tax, and thanks for being with us. And I will just hand the floor over to you here in Vienna. Happy to have you. Please join in.
So, good afternoon also from my side, and since we are here in a worldwide meeting, I would say also good morning to those who are in the morning, and good evening to those who are in the evening, like Hong Kong, as we said. Yeah, brand is crucial, and brand is crucial in, I would say, changing times. What I saw in the last years, and speaking about the decades where we did not think about crisis, we did not think about how worldwide processes in business are changing. But in these times already we experienced in our global network, because Deloitte is the biggest professional service advisor worldwide, with our clients, but also here in Austria, where we are the biggest tax advisor, that companies, and not only stock-listed companies, also privately owned companies, who were able to establish successful brands, they were more successful and more sustainable. And now there came the proof, and the proof was the crisis. You know, we had the pandemic issues, and now we have also on the geopolitical area and level, we have developments where we have changes for our companies, and now we say it's even more crucial to have a well-established, good managed brand. And interesting, speaking about the last decades, brand stood for advantage in marketing. But as we saw in pandemic times, in times of disruption, of logistic change, and also global changes, that there are many areas where you are better positioned if you have a well-established brand. And let's begin the financing sector. So to obtain funds, either debt financing or equity financing, is much easier if you have a well-established brand. Why? The point is, if you have a well-established brand and you look into the future and you have a business case, then either debt or equity investors, they will say, okay, if there are disruptions and you have to change your business model, nevertheless, you will be able to generate funds, cash flow. And that's exactly what we need in order to pay the interest for debt financing or dividends or other means for equity investors. But interesting, it's not only the financing area, it's also the sourcing. Yeah? Imagine you need some components, you need some commodities, and you have a supplier. And you have to think in the role of the supplier. Are you better positioned as a customer of him if you a customer who will buy not only this year commodities or components, but also in the next 10 years? And they will ask, how will be your business in the next 10 years? And if you have a strong brand, then they know you're existing still in 10 years. You will be still a customer in 10 years. And that means that in lack and shortage of commodities and components, you are a preferred customer. So that's on the sourcing side. And then we come to the big issue of HR. And we see it here in Europe, we see it in the United States, that we have a shortage of labor. Yeah? We do not have the talents. Yeah? We have demographic developments, which means we cannot perform with our business models if you do not have enough talents. And now the issue is, are you interesting for those talents? And if you have a well-established, well-managed brand, then you will get the best brains and the best talents. And that's also crucial. And in the end, if you think back to the area of financing, and if someone is trusting in your business and from debt financing side or equity financing side is evaluating how you will be positioned in the next 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, they look also how capable you are as regards sourcing and how capable are as regards attracting young talent. Yeah? So you see, this is something which is influencing one area, the other area. And in the end, the key is the well-established brand. And what is also interesting, now we speak about crisis, and we think, okay, there's some pandemic crisis, then there is some global political crisis, and in the end, maybe in 5 years, it will have gone. But what the brand showed in these times of crisis is that you are better off with a strong brand if the whole processes, the global processes, how you do business in the world are changing. And we are exactly in that time. Yeah? It's interesting that if you look back, I would say the last 50, 60 years, then you had more or less the same technologies. Yeah? Like you had the cars, and then you had the IT, you had computers. And what we did, we always did one step more of efficiency, effectiveness, but it was the systems, and we had the same energy-based system. But now we have a fundamental disruption. So that does not mean only that we are maybe only driving with electric cars in the future or car sharing in the future. It means that apart from the crisis here, the whole economy will change, and the processes will change fundamentally. And then is the question how the companies who are successful nowadays will perform in the future. And that's exactly the companies having strong brands. Because the point is, you have better access to funds, financing, you have better access to, as I said, to sourcing, commodities, components, better access to talents. And the point is that you can change your business model and nevertheless you're present on the market. Let's do a simple example. I don't tell you now about a stock listed company, but you saw that in pandemic crisis, if you had a restaurant and you had a good brand, then your customers, they knew there's good food and they were used to come to a restaurant. Yeah? Then pandemic came and they were not able to come to the restaurant. But if you had a good brand, you can do delivery service. So you had to change totally your business model. But that did not change the perception of your brand as regards the customers. And you have many other areas like that. So brand, in the end, and I think that's the message I want to give to you, is that's really the pillar of stability which you need in a changing environment on a worldwide or local basis. Yeah, that's from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution. And I just walk in again to my place. Thank you very much, Herbert. And I think we will later on have some sum-up discussion to that panel as well. But for the moment, we're having another pre-recorded message from Bettina Rieger. She's managing partner at Oprum Group, and she's also responsible for some very interesting aspects of how brands and financing can fit together or into each other. And we are ready to share that pre-recorded message with you right now. It's Bettina Rieger.
Thank you. First of all, I want to give a big thanks to the European Brand Institute, especially to Dr. Gerhard Revicek and Renate Altenhofer, and also to the UNIDO to make such an important conference happen. A warm welcome also from my side. My name is Bettina Rieger and I'm managing partner of the company Essentio. Essentio has its focus on digital business models, and my expertise in Essentio is dealing with the new digital world around the Web 3.0 and NFTs. But now let's take a look how it came to the new digital world around the Web 3.0. Since the beginning of the pandemic, everything and everyone is talking about digitalization, the new digital world, tokens, coins, metaverse, and so on. But what it really means and how you can use it for your business is something that people don't know. It all started with the internet, which is now indispensable for every one of us. In Web 1.0, we could consume content like emails or texts on website. In Web 2.0, we could create content and share and communicate our own content through social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter. Meanwhile, we are already in the Web 3.0, where we have the possibility of digital ownership. This probably sounds very strange for many people. Digital ownership, why do you need that and what is it? Especially as a company or brand, this is the future. Gen Z and Gen Alpha have grown up with the internet. For them, it is normal to have a digital world in addition to the real world. And therefore, digital ownership is a matter of course for them. Now, many wonder how to become part of the digital world. This is actually quite simple. The tool for this is the blockchain, an international operating system on which programs run that cannot be changed. And this is the safest technology when it comes to property, copyright, or authenticity proofs. Large companies like Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and an Austrian example, Der Kuss by Gustav Klimt, are already doing it and have entered the digital world through NFT campaigns. For me, a signature example to create NFT campaigns and new revenues through that is the organization WWF Germany. They have taken the worldwide number of endangered species sold the rescue of these animals as an NFT, and this raised funds to save them. And every buyer of an NFT received a unique image of the animal from an artist, which really exists only once. What big brands or the WWF does is important for every company and every brand in order to grow sustainable in the future. The step into the new digital world is inevitable because they are already the customers of the future. Our goal is to bring companies and brands to the digital world and create new revenue streams and sustainable growth. And that's needed now more than before after the pandemic. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bettina Rieger, for pre-recording your message. Bettina Rieger is managing partner at Essentio and was sharing now her knowledge and also her experience as a company with one future, or not even any more future, one financing method we're dealing, and especially why Z generation is dealing already, and how maybe we could rethink our brand policies also when we're talking about financing with those kind of methods. We are ready for another input on the issue of finance and the way how to implement the right strategy with your brand, or how to fundament with the right finance strategy the growth of your brand. And we're with Lia Rosida. She's part of the UN Joint Program Assist and of the UNIDO project driving capitals towards SDGs and enhancing SMEs resilience, competitiveness and access to finance in Indonesia is her message to share with us. And I can see you already, Lia, and I hope we can hear you in a couple of moments. So happy to have you. You can hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you, and we are ready for your presentation, Lia.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon and also good evening from Indonesia. My name is Lia Rosida and I'm a part of Assist Accelerating SDGs Investment in Indonesia United Nations Joint Program. So dear Excellencies, distinguished guests and also ladies and gentlemen, so it's a pleasure for me today to be here, to be part of speaker of this Brand Global Summit 2022 to discuss deeper on how to connect between branding strategy, best practices, and also innovative financing scheme. So in my presentations, I would like to focus on how UNIDO's impactful role in providing solutions, especially which are scale up and inclusive to SMEs or small medium enterprises in Indonesia, especially related to traditional and originative industries in Indonesia that also supports blue economy and also women-led businesses. So as we know that Indonesia is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, but there are also several challenges which are faced by Indonesia's government to develop small medium enterprises. In fact, micro and small medium enterprises still present 99% of all businesses in this sector. So there are several challenges are still encountered as what we managed to observe during our intervention in Indonesia, including limited access to finance, also limited access to the market, especially global market, and also limited skill, know-how, and skillful workforce. So to deal with this, UNIDO under this project, under the program of Assist Accelerating SDGs Investment in Indonesia United Nations Joint Program, together with other UN participating agencies, including UNDP, UNICEF, and also UNEP. So we formulate the framework of innovative financing schemes. So in this regard, UNIDO works on two types of innovative financing schemes. The first one is called SDGs linked loan. This is a loan scheme which is provided for SMEs in aquaculture sector, especially for shrimp farmers, which is one of the biggest export commodities in the country. So we provide this loan scheme same opportunity for them to improve the market access and also to improve the farming method from traditional and also to be more modernized, upgraded, and also more green practices. And the second scheme, it's called Indonesian's Impact Fund. So this is an impact opportunity, impact investment opportunity for local ventures, especially startup and SMEs in not only in blue sector, but also in other sectors like textile, agri-food, and also jewelry. So in this case, UNIDO closely working with these SMEs and local ventures in terms of institutional capacity development in order to make them more competitive and to position the products in the global value chain. To start with, UNIDO has launched its technical assistance in Lombok Island in West Nusa Tenggara. It is designated as one of the super priority destination or New Bali in Indonesia. And this exquisite island has a remarkable potential to develop small medium enterprises in traditional industries, especially in these 4 sectors. The first one is jewelry. So it has pearl, especially the pearl which is called a South Sea pearl. The cultural South Sea pearl of this island has been considered as one of the best quality pearls in the world. And the second one is textile industry, because this island has exotic and unique variety of weaving fabrics, which could be essential fabric or material for fashion industries and also for other interior and home decor industries. And the third and the fourth are related to food security sectors, which are agri-food sector and aquaculture, in which these sectors are also very essential sector or pivotal sector to support tourism, especially to cater the tourist demand in the country. In fact, shrimp has been one of the largest commodities for export in the country. So you can see from these 4 sectors, they actually have a very unique, unique selling point, which could position their products in the global value chain. So to support these sectors, you need to have developed the implementation scenario. First, we started with the market intelligence or the market analysis to see the market trend and what are the best selling products based on the market forecast, so that based on these, so we can develop, we can also move forward into more deeper diagnosis into the enterprises of these sectors to understand the challenges and also the opportunities of the sectors in order to be upgraded based on a demand-driven upgrading plan formulations. So then after that, we do the industrial upgrading through several capacity building activities that to support these enterprises to be more competitive. In addition to that, we also have a strategic development effort to support these SMEs by providing a strategy on how to scale up the industries and to position their products in the global value chain. And one of them is we believe that strategic branding and strategic marketing through collective branding strategy by developing an umbrella brand is one of the strategic development efforts. So in this case, we develop an umbrella brand that we select the name My Nyale. So this is My Nyale brand is actually a brand which is taken from the name of the tradition, which is called Nyale. Nyale is a colorful seaworm which is believed by local people as incarnations of Princess Mandalika, in which Princess Mandalika is a beautiful princess as an iconic and legendary strong woman of the island. So why we use this this name? Because we want to provide or promote the brand values of the products. So these are the brand values that we aim to have by using the name of the brand. The first is to provide the information or to provide the values of authenticity of the product, because the name of it is inspired by local tradition, so it shows that the product is authentic and originated from this region. And the second is related to the quality and attractive product, because we want to show that by giving this brand, because the icon of Princess Mandalika and Nyale is a legendary thing which shows attractiveness. So it also shows the quality and the attractiveness of the product. And the third is what make the brand Mainyale different from maybe other brands is because we want to promote other sustainability values into the products. The first is about women empowerment campaign, because we use the icon of Princess Mandalika, where it is an iconic iconic or legendary strong women of the island that inspires women enterprises to be stronger and to be involved in business enterprises. So we strongly empower women to be involved in business activities, and that's why this brand is developed. So the fourth is also related to sustainability, because we're working on sustainable development goals efforts. So sustainability issues through green practices that we transfer to the SMEs, including waste management and innovative designs into recycling of the products. If you look at here, there is one example of recycled seashell of the pearl, which could be turned into beautiful jewelry. So this is one of the interventions that we also promote in terms of sustainability. And last but not least, so we expect through these efforts in terms of strategic development by developing a collective branding strategy or through an umbrella brand, and also through innovative financing schemes, we believe that in the future, after these interventions completed, these SMEs in 4 sectors could be more competitive and in order to access the global markets and to position their products into global value chains. That's all from my side. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Lia Rosida. Thank you very much also for sharing your slides with us and just letting everyone know who participates on this Brand Global Summit 22 around the world, what the project assists, the UNIDO project assists in Indonesia is contributing to the facts of financing and especially to support female founders. Thank you so much. We have some couple of minutes left before we jump in our last panel, which will start about 50 minutes past 3. So we just decided that Gerhard and Herbert will join me once more here on stage. I just start preparing some space for them. And maybe I will start with you, Herbert, because if we jump back to the keynote we had from Hong Kong, and since you're working also for a supranational, international network, and we learned kind of Hong Kong is the place to be if you really want to face those changing strategies in finance in a real-time mode. As part of the Deloitte network, is there any other place in the world where you know from your inside knowledge things are going similarly like in Hong Kong, or is it really some special case there?
I would say what was interesting in that contribution is it stressed the interesting relation between brand and NFTs. Yeah, I would say this is something which we see on a global basis. Why brand needs NFT and NFT needs brands? Yeah, if you look back the last 30 years, you know, when the internet expanded over on a global basis. 30 years ago, if you had a good idea, good services, and it was a middle-class company, a small and medium-sized company, it was not, you were not able to sell your goods or services, let's say, in South America, because you needed a sales department there, maybe 30 people and so on. So and it changed. Yeah. Now, yeah, if you have a good brand and if you're also a small company, you're well known all over the world, and customers from South America, for instance, will come to you and order the goods. Yeah. And now that's the second level. It's coming to financing, and that's NFT. That means if you have a good brand, you can finance yourself on a global level, digitized by NFTs. On the other side, NFT needs a good brand, because you see a lot of different NFTs. Yeah? And if you look in the web, you will find different opportunities. But in the end, that the customer or the investor comes to the decision to choose exactly this NFT, you need a good brand. So you see, this is now the brand new development, and I think that's the future. And it's brand needs NFT, NFT needs brand, and the combination of both, this will be the success of the future.
Before I give the floor to Gerhard and maybe the discussion opening even widely towards the aspect of democratization, which is going to happen on the financial market with NFTs. But again, Herbert, where does it start? I mean, it's again an egg and chicken issue, right? So is it first the NFT you need, first the brand you need? So there is, of course, a very strong interrelation between those two.
Yeah, you're totally right. And the point we speak always about well-established brands, which means there is a phase where you have to establish them in a professional way.
For that. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think this is the point. You need really professional advice from, let's say, European Brand Institute or Deloitte, because in the beginning already you need the right advice to take the right decisions to come to the right result.
But let's jump back to the point of how NFTs might contribute to democratization of the financial market or the access to the financial market. Is that true?
Yes, exactly. I mean, this is where Director General mentioned today that we're working on a platform to ease access to brands and to financing of brands. I think this there it comes together, and it was very nice shown here in the panel. First, brands can be used for collateral. They're important intangible assets, but they stand for a very big value. According to our estimations, 40 to 60% of company value is the brand value. So, of course, they can be collateralized. And now coming to Web 3.0, and Bettina said it very nicely, the customers are already there. So why not using it with NFTs also for financing? And this comes to this democratization, because when you want to go today to the stock exchange, we had Heineken, yes, but you need a lot of intermediaries, and it's a very high cost involved. And this is not with these NFTs. Of course, you also need a platform, but it's easier access, and it's very democratic. And especially in times of crisis, regulations, and so on, I think this is, like Mr. Kova said, that's the future. That's the future for certain markets. Also, when we talk about developing countries, they don't have stock markets, but they can use these systems. Yeah, and smaller companies can use it, and so on. So it's really this democratizing issue. Yeah,
I can follow, but at the end, it also needs a market itself. So if we are addressing small and medium enterprises all around the world, and let's say also in developing countries, and we would offer them only NFTs and as the future opportunity to get their brands built on a democratized financial market, this probably won't work. So this is the combination, I think, still between access, between support by programs like UNIDO is offering to so many countries to get started. And at what point do you think it's really the time for a brand to decide to address those consumers, as Bettina said, who are already there, Generation Y said, they are interested, they're familiar with that kind of financing system. And at what point would you say, I mean, we're talking about an established brand, but established in your national field or internationally, what would you say?
As Mr. Kova said, it's the clients who are already there. They buy your brand. And if they buy your brand, they also can buy NFTs.
They have to know it first.
No, sure. Look at Nike, Adidas. We have other companies who establish platforms. They are used by clients, and all these clients are potential clients to buy an NFT because this is a platform in digital sports, retail, digital sports retail. They have many clients, millions of clients. They know this platform. If they issue an NFT, they're already there. They are digital clients. They buy online. So why wouldn't they buy also digital assets? Yeah. So this is there. But first, as Herbert says, you have to establish also this business model. So you must build a digital business model, which we heard is important anyways. And then you can transfer these digital clients also to digital capital clients.
So that's the point.
Yeah, and I think you are also heading to, let's say, startups and small business and how to start such a business. And I would say right strategies to focus on a certain group. Yeah, you focus on a certain group with your services, with your goods, and on the other side also as regards NFT and digitization, on a certain group you can reach. Let's say with limited fans, yeah, in social media, in the World Wide Web. Yeah, that's the first stage. Yeah, then you reach them, and now comes the time for NFT. If you got that group, you can finance the second level, and then you can amplify, yeah, your focus group. And then you can expand your business. And then you have the next stage, and then maybe it's the next row of NFT and so on. But I think that should be the strategy. Yeah.
So it's a multi-level stage strategy.
Exactly.
In which we can definitely add the NFTs as, well, the right choice in those days, because as we have learned and underlined by Gerhard already several times, the market is there, the consumers are there already, and still NFTs is something that really kind of popped up in the financial market, at least from my perspective. Of course, blockchaining was there already and many other issues, but just to stress the point, will they still be there next year's summit, NFTs, as a system of financing and getting strong customer and product relationship?
Interesting that you say it popped up, because the point is the technology already existed for years, blockchain and so on. But it's with all technologies, we saw it also with the internet and so on, that technology is there, and then the use cases are developing, and NFT is one of the use cases that you say how you can use blockchain, because in these areas, economy realized that you can do things and processes more efficient, and that's the core of NFT. And coming back to your question, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, will it be still there? Yeah, I think yes. But what is important, and this is something we should ask also the regulators, yeah? There should be a policy in Europe, in the US, on a global basis, that we have a regulation that on one side, yeah, makes it stable, on the other side doesn't kill the idea, yeah, and that's the path in the middle you have to follow. But that will be really an exciting story, yeah.
I just wonder if Trevor is still with us, or if he is already gone. Yeah, probably we're too late, because it would have been interesting to have an answer on that question from the Hong Kong perspective as well. So finance and brands, Gerhard, will of course play a big role in continuing work of European Brand Institute and the Brand Global Summit. Your personal conclusion from that panel?
No, fantastic. I think we work in brand valuation. We evaluate our brands. We put a monetary value on it. And if it has a monetary value, it also should be used for financing. And it proves what we said years ago. It proves that there are coming more and more tools. Also, the Director General mentioned tools there come more and more tools, and it's good that these EFT, NFTs or tokens, because tokens are there, you know, crypto market and so on. I think they are here to stay. I'm fully with Dr. Kova. This is an application of the internet. This is an application of blockchain technologies. It will stay. It must find its products, its service, but it's on the way. Hong Kong is very much up front, and other stock markets will follow. It needs a certain regulation, but not too much. Otherwise, it destroys the model again of less intermediaries, and I think that's very important. Just look in other businesses. When you look to the travel industry, yeah, there were many intermediaries. This travel agency, the next travel agency, the wholesaler, whatever. Now they go direct. So it's the internet enables the disintermediation, and those are the business models which come up. Also, when you look into Google or Amazon, it's all about disintermediation. Direct sales, tourism is a good example. And now this happens also in the capital market. So it's very natural.
Very smart conclusion. Thank you very much, Gerhard. Thank you, Herbert. And we are now at our last panel and content contribution at this Brand Global Summit 22. And it's time for me now to hand over to my dear colleague Farouk Alimjanov. He is Industrial Development Officer here at the UNIDO, and he will take over now moderation on the issues of regional brands and B4C projects. Farouk, so far, your impression from Brand Global 22? You're happy with the program and the procedure?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sonia. First of all, yeah, just to share some impressions, what the summit, what the marathon around the globe actually, how many topics we covered today, how many basically countries from Argentina, Tajikistan, Indonesia, European countries, Canada, Hong Kong, India. We're covering also a lot of sectors like, you know, agriculture, banking, beverages, dairy, textile, jewelry, pulp and paper industry. It's quite amazing. Topics like sustainability, digitalization, finance. Indeed, maybe it's time now to contribute with some examples from Africa, from MENA region. We'll have Armenia today, China, the Bama region. We will cover also other new maybe sectors for today to be covered as health industry, as garment, as food and cosmetics. Quite exciting, quite excited about this one. So yeah,
fantastic.
Quite something to do.
So let's jump into that last panel, and Farouk, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of this edition of the Brand Global Summit, and dear friends of the UNIDO and EBI joint initiative on branding for competitiveness. It's my great pleasure to welcome you at today's session of what we're trying to call as UNIDO branding reality check. So this is a session which is additionally offering us a chance to share with our achievements, with our project, with our new projects that we are having around the globe. And it's my pleasure also to contribute to today's summit with the session with the new theme of local development via regional branding. We will also have a chance to get updated from our branding champions and pioneers from our initiative. Earlier today, you already had a chance to learn about a new, just born new brand, the product of UNIDO project in Indonesia. Yesterday we got a new brand registered, so 20th of October we can consider as the birthday for my Nyali brand. Today I'm very happy to officially announce it and to inaugurate it. This sector is covering, as Leah from Lombok said, is covering 5 food and non-food sectors. The Nyali journey is just getting started, so I'll be happy to share in future editions the updates on the success of this sector in covering new companies, in covering new sectors, and also in exploring the world in terms like exploring the new markets, the pan-Indonesian market, the national market, importantly tourism market, and the higher value-added export market. I'm happy to state that in Indonesia, I mean, I was also ready to contribute to the previous session. The previous session finished a little bit earlier, but also to put it a little bit to the context of applying the branding tool for raising finance. We're talking a lot about availability of finance or access to finance, but sometimes the access to finance is seen as something rather about availability of finance. But we see sometimes in most of the developing countries that finance is there. The banks are sitting with the KPIs to provide the private sector with more credit, with more loans, but sometimes the clients are not fitting to their, let's say, eligibility criteria in terms of being strong enough to apply to finance. So through this unique initiative of its SDG fund supported project, assist project in Indonesia, we're trying to use the branding tool to increase competitiveness of industries. So to make sure that the bank interlocutors know whom they're dealing with the stronger companies, knowing what they're producing, knowing what they're marketing, knowing what they're branding, where they're selling with a stronger brand. So to make them more eligible to access to finance. But back to the very topic, I just tried to fulfill the free time that was remaining from the finance session. Coming back to our session, also just to highlight a good contribution from the Lal Textile brand for today summit, that it is trying to capitalize on the digital tools, on the fruits of the fourth industrial revolution to enlarge its market. So we heard from these two brands, Mainyale and Lal Textiles, today, some updates. And what is basically uniting them, both brands they aim to promote not only the producers are united by these brands, but also the group of private sector operators and also respective country or geographic locations which this produce or these SMEs represent. And moreover, that the core of these products' competitive advantage lays in the unique design, in unique manufacturing traditions of respective sectors. Without any exaggeration, you can see that Lal Textiles is already becoming a national brand, a business card for the textile and garment sector in the country. And the plans of Lal is to conquer new sectors, and this is being now discussed with our key counterpart, Ministry of Industries and New Technologies of Tajikistan. We heard also today from our project in India, from dear Sharda, who informed us on ongoing UNIDO project in India, upgrading the pulp and paper sector, which is promoting innovative, clean and sustainable production practices while contributing to the better image, the better reputation of this sector. So it is incredible that within the project, the innovation also happening. And isn't it the great branding for the project itself if it generates innovation as such? So at this edition of the UNIDO Branding Reality Check, I would like to walk you through another 3 projects of UNIDO, contributing to building intangible-based economies and higher value added produce with relations to the regional and country branding. I'm happy to be joined today by Ms. Noure Akirman, International Coordinator of UNIDO Pampa project in Tunisia. Noure, you're very welcome. We are happy to have today Araxia Grigoran, the National Project Coordinator of UNIDO Light Industry Upgrading Project in Armenia. Both Noure and Araxia are joining us remotely. Luckily, thanks to the digital tools, we really have a round globe tour without any impact to environment. So it is an incredible experience. And it will be my pleasure and honor to receive video messages today from Dr. Alexander Biach, the Deputy Director of the Vienna Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Huang Bingfang, Secretary of CPC Bama Country Committee in China, representing the national counterpart from Bama in the implementation of the UNIDO project, Rural Revitalization and Economic Diversification in Bama County through innovative upgrading and global branding of health industry value chains in China. So let us move first to MENA region, to Tunis, to the African continent, in particular with Ms. Nouria Ackerman, who supports the coordination of Tunisian part of the project for market access of typical agri-food product, or in short, PAMPAT. Dear Nouria, good afternoon. We're in the same time zone, more or less. Apart from the creation of the regional brand itself, what do you think for international technical assistance institution as UNIDO, what could be the main elements, main activities to implement or to make the regional brand work and ensure widespread impact?
Yeah, well, thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Well, I think you will see during the presentation that regional brands are very effective, very helpful, but you, as we saw, and we said this morning, so you have to build trust around a brand, and you need to keep that trust around a brand for many, many, many years. And when we talk about regional brands, then we talk also about many actors that are behind those brands. And so it's really important to ensure that a critical mass of regional actors work and act professionally to always keep up with the reputation of this shared regional brand. So as a development agency, I think like all type of activities that ensure professionalization of a value chain are key. So we are talking about running competitive businesses. We talk about product quality. We talk also about individual branding strategies of individual companies. We talk about their negotiation skills, their communication skills. So it's not only the regional brand, but it's also all the actors behind that brand that need to be supported. What is also important is to make them collaborate together to develop that team spirit around the regional brand. And we will see that it is very effective when regional brands are shared by different types of actors. So not only producers, also processors, tourism operators can be another area, the gastronomy businesses. So there may be many actors behind regional brands, and development agencies should encourage that.
Thank you very much. Nouria, do you think that in your like short presentation now that you will be maybe providing about the regional brands, for the typical regional linked products, do you think that the regional brands are easier to implement and more effective for agri-food products, or do you think they work equally well for other types of products and services?
I mean, I think they can work equally well for all types of regional brands. Also, for example, regional brands around technological clusters. But as we will see, I think brands identifier, and if a regional brand is linked to a food product or agro product, there may be many actors that really identify with it, that really stand strong behind that brand. So producers identify with it, but even local consumers. Again, yeah, the tourism business, the gastronomy business, and just like many inhabitants may identify with it, and public institutions. So I think it's easier to find partners and to build public-private partnerships that are very broad if we talk about agro-food products that are close to the heart of the local population. And in that sense, I think it helps for local development.
Thank you very much. And do you think that the regional brands can work also in all regions, and or there are some necessary preconditions for that, Nuria?
Well, yes, I mean, in principle, I think they can work for all regions. Our experience that we will see in Tunisia, there may be sectors where one first needs to build up a critical mass of businesses in order to create a brand. I mean, the day you create a brand, you already need to have a functioning value chain behind it. You cannot create a promise around a regional brand without enough businesses, without enough actors behind it, and then, yeah, you won't gain the trust for the brand. You need to hold up to what you promised from the first day. So there may be work to do previously in some regions.
Nuria, thank you so much. Nuria, I understand that you also have a very beautiful presentation prepared for us, so feel free to share the screen and run through.
I will talk about, as I've done it already, about the importance of regional brands around concretely typical origin-linked agro products in order to promote market access and local development. And I will present some cases from Tunisia, from the Pampat UNIDO SECO project. I think it's not necessary to repeat that there are many advantages linked to regional brands, because I think I kind of said it already when I answered the questions. So maybe we jump directly into 3 examples from Tunisia, the northwest of Tunisia. And in this village, they produce a unique type of fig that is protected since 2012 by a geographical indication, GI. So when we started the project in 2013, the GI, the geographical indication, was not used. The Jebba fig was not known, and even the village of Jebba was not known among Tunisians. And so what Pampa did was to set up the GI certification system as a first step. And this was actually the first time in Tunisia for a GI to have a certification system. And at project end in 2019, 25% of the Jebba figs were already labeled with the GI. And you can see the logo on the fig on the pictures. So in order to promote the fresh fig with GI, but also to encourage territorial marketing, we developed a brand. The brand, you can see it there, it's in French. It's AOC Fig de Jebba, which means GI Jebba fig. And this brand is used in all type of promotional materials and for promotional activities. So we launched with the Ministry of Agriculture a public-private promotion program around the GI fig, and we did, as you can see there, several promotional events, tasting events in Tunisia mainly, but also in foreign countries like Qatar. We also partnered up with chef cooks that are famous, that appear on TV, that are known in Tunisia. And this was in order to introduce the fig into the gastronomy and make it more known among consumers. So as a result, the farmers started exporting labeled figs to Gulf countries, France and Canada. And most importantly, farmers in Jebba could double their prices for their figs between 2014 and 2019. So in parallel to the work on the GI fig, we supported also rural women groups in Jebba to start producing, branding, and selling local processed fig products. And so now as you see there in the pictures, there are several brands, there are several products that they sell in supermarkets, online, specialty shops. And before they were only doing dried figs and fig jam for self-consumption. So all these brands that you see there are new. And And we also set up the first tourist shop in Jeddah. So we also worked on tourism around the GI FIG. We partnered up with the Tunisian Tourism Board and with travel agencies, and we did, as you see there, some promotional days to make Jeddah better known, to invite journalists, to invite tourist travel agencies. We did some road signaling. And since 2017, there is the yearly Jeddah FIG Festival that continues. It took place this summer. And between 2015 and 2019, the number of visitors to Jeddah increased 150%. And most importantly, Jeddah is now actually known in Tunisia. So here we see how a regional brand with related activities help to promote rural development in a holistic manner. The second example is about export promotion for cactus and prickly pear products. We continue talking about the Pampa project. So when we started in 2013, the prickly pears in Tunisia were considered the fruits of the poor. There was no proper valorization. Prickly pears were used for livestock feeding mostly, and there were only 5 cactus processing companies in whole Tunisia, and what they were producing was organic certified anti-aging cactus seed oil, which is a cosmetic product. It's very pricey, and it's because to do 1 liter you need 1 ton of prickly pears. And at that time, 1 liter would cost €300 in Tunisia and much more on international markets. So since there were basically no companies, we worked on company and entrepreneurship development to create the value chain, we can say. So we supported the setup of new cactus seed oil companies. We supported startups and existing companies to improve their production techniques, to ensure quality, to introduce organic certification, to develop marketing tools, and to ensure market access, especially on export markets. As you see at the right of the screen, I think, you can see that we were also promoting individual brands. So there you can see how we supported a startup that had very basic packaging. You see it, I think, on the top. And now it's one of the leading companies in Tunisia. Nakawa was set up in 2016. So in 2017, the number of companies had already tripled. So there was a critical mass, there was a small sector, and there was definitely a willingness among startups and companies to actually collaborate together, because the cactus seed oil continued being widely unknown in Tunisia and definitely on export markets. So they saw the need to create a shared brand, which is organic cactus seed oil origin Tunisia, to make the link with the country. And as you see, this brand is in English because the main goal is to export. And this brand is used on all promotional tools and for promotional activities. So in 2017, with that logo, they started, we launched the public-private promotion program, Organic Cactus Seed Oil Origin Tunisia. We worked with the Ministry of Agriculture and the 17 companies that existed at that time in 2017. And as you can see on the pictures, we do a lot of activities in Tunisia, but also on export markets like Dubai, France, and Germany, and companies always share the same exhibition space to make together the brand known. And this increasing collaboration led to the creation in 2018 of ANADEC, the National Cactus Development Association, that is private sector led, and that now promotes all type of cactus products. So here are some results of the work done so far. So the demand for the oil is rapidly increasing. The sector's exports have increased by 50% just during the last 2 years that were difficult, that were marked by the sanitary crisis. Organic cactus seed oil has become a strategic export product for Tunisia and receives the support of the Public Export Promotion Agency. This was not the case when there were 5 companies. And Tunisia has published, with UNIDO support, the first national standard worldwide for cactus seed oil. So just to show you how strategic and how important it has become. And the sector that started as the organic cactus seed oil sector is now rapidly diversifying its offer. They are producing agro-food products, cosmetic products. You can see it on the pictures, and we continue offering trainings and coachings to make them produce every time more products. So here's some more results. So 2013, as you know, there were 5 companies. Today, 2022, there are 56 companies. In the last 6 years, 1,200 new seasonal and permanent jobs were created. Since there are so many companies now, the demand for organic certified cactus has increased massively, and farmers receive 50% higher prices for organic products. Also, the daily revenues of skilled agricultural workers have increased 50%. And as you can see in the pictures, most workers in the value chain, in the fields, but also in processing companies, are women, and 40% of women of companies are owned by women, which is definitely more than the Tunisian average. So this this value chain and this regional brand has an impact on market access, but also on inclusive industrial development. And the PAMPAD project in this case continues until 2024, and we hope to have many more results by then. And to finish, my last slide, I will talk about a national umbrella brand we are working on. So on the basis of work that was developed to promote typical origin-linked products, now we have supported the Tunisian Ministry of Agriculture and other ministries in partnership with the private sector to launch in May 2022 the first Tunisian strategy to promote typical products in a holistic way. The strategy covers market access, product diversification, territorial marketing, and tourism. And now we've started the implementation of the strategy in 2 pilot governorates. So Nabeul, where Hammamet is located, that you may know, and Kairouan. And we are now working on the development of a national umbrella brand that will be graphically adapted for each governorate. And there you have just some ideas we are working on. The brand is not ready yet, but we are confident that this umbrella brand and the use in the regions will definitely contribute to the successful implementation of the strategy. And so I hope I gave you an overview of the potential of regional brands and also the work involved behind the scenes to make them work.
Absolutely, Nuria. Thank you so much. No, indeed, a remarkable experience, remarkable results in terms of creating jobs, export opportunities. Also, for the first time, we were hearing the word strategic. I mean, we started with the grouping the companies, giving them the brand, regional branding, local promotion. But then when a brand becomes strategic for the country, when you're starting to talk about branding at the strategy level, this is remarkable results. And let me wish you all success in basically building your new initiative of the National Umbrella Brand. Thank you, Nuria. Now let us move to the Far East Asia, to China, and to Far East part of China, to the Burma region. which is bordering Vietnam and is also very, very famous for its longevity. And the secret of it is in a special environment condition, is a special environment ecosystem with water rich in minerals, with other organic produce contributing to what is known China's miracle of longevity. The region has now a number of people born more than a century ago, remarkable. So let us see what makes this place special. What makes this a place a record-breaking in terms of longevity? What is the secret in how this region wants to promote its brand, its specific respective health industry-related brand with UNIDO support? So Mr. Huang, Secretary of CPC Burma Country Committee, will address us with his video message.
女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好。我是中共巴马瑶族自治县委员会书记黄炳峰，很荣幸受邀以线上的方式参加联合国工业发展组织2022年全球品牌峰会，有机会在如此高规格、高层次、高水平的品牌盛会上展示巴马，推介巴马。在此，我仅代表巴马瑶族自治县30万各族群众，对联合国工业发展组织长期以来倾心支持巴马康养产业品牌化、国际化发展表示衷心的感谢，对本次峰会的成功举办表示热烈的祝贺。巴马是闻名遐迩的长寿福地、养生圣地。是继前苏联高加索地区、巴基斯坦的罕萨、厄瓜多尔的皮尔嘎班巴、中国新疆的和田一带之后的世界第5个长寿之乡。目前全县80到89岁的老人有4800位，90到99岁的老人有886位，100岁以上的老人有112位。每10万人口中有35位以上100岁老人，远远高于世界长寿之乡认定的每10万人口中有7位100岁老人的标准，是世界长寿之乡中唯一一个长寿人口比例持续增长的地方，拥有全国乃至全球范围内不可复制的宝贵稀缺生态环境。研究表明，巴马的长寿现象与境内拥有4个独特的自然资源禀赋密切相关。一是独特的自然地理环境，巴马拥有高羟地磁、富硒土壤、高含量负氧离子空气、小分子团弱碱性水、远红外线阳光等独特的自然地理环境。二是独特的生活饮食习惯，巴马饮食习惯以低脂肪、低动物蛋白、低盐、低糖、低热量和高维生素、高纤维素等5低2高为主。这种生活方式有益于人体的健康长寿。三是独特的传统孝道文化，巴马民风淳朴，爱老、敬老、孝老在民间蔚然成风，备棺和补粮习俗等核心孝道文化氛围十分的浓厚。这种孝道文化能够消除老人的后顾之忧，从而激发老人延年益寿的内生动力。四是独特的阴阳平衡文化，盘阳河是巴马的母亲河，巴马100岁老人大多生活在盘阳河沿岸一带。盘阳河把巴马一分为2，一边是石山，一边是土坡丘陵。民间认为石山为阳，土坡丘陵为阴，这种阴阳平衡的自然奇观也是造就巴马长寿现象的又一个因子。巴马一直致力于康养品牌全球化、 建设推广，革新升级康养产业价值链。我们依托优越的康养资源禀赋，重点发展健康食品、健康服务、健康科技3个核心业态，包括天然饮用水、长寿食品、健康医养、精品体育、会议会展、生物科技、特色医药等7大领域，积极构建大产业、大旅游、大健康、大品牌发展新格局，成功举办4届中国东盟传统医药健康旅游国际论坛和1届2022中国大健康产业发展峰会巴马大健康饮用水产业发展论坛，并成为永久举办地，成功创建全国绿水青山就是金山银山实现创新基地，全国农村综合性改革试点实验线，全国休闲农业与乡村旅游示范线，全国气候宜居线，正在启动创建健康中国先行示范区、国家级经济技术开发区、国家级大健康综合改革实验区。经过友好沟通，联合国公发组织与巴马合作开展的中国巴马大健康产业价值链创新升级和全球化品牌与推动乡村振兴和经济多样化项目正式启动。未来，我们将与联合国工业发展组织在康养旅游全球品牌建设推广，推动世界大健康论坛和全球饮用水论坛落地巴马，康养食品价值链创新升级，巴马康养企业成长支持，巴马康养人才培育等领域开展全面广泛交流合作。我们相信，项目的实施将极大提升巴马在康养领域的全球品牌知名度，极大推动巴马康养产业发展。女士们、先生们、朋友们，路虽长，行则将至。巴马诚挚希望与国际各界人士一起，携手加快推动全球康养产业品牌化进程，为人类健康长寿贡献巴马力量。养生天堂长寿巴马热切期待世界各地宾朋来到巴马探寻长寿奥秘，共享养生之道。最后，祝峰会取得圆满成功，祝大家幸福安康，万事如意。谢谢大家。
Mr. Huang, thank you very much. Thank you very much to you personally and to the CPC Bama County Committee, Sheshe. And now let us continue with the Armenian umbrella brand 5900 BC. Is one of our first success stories. If you remember from our previous editions, we were informing how this sector could have helped to the textile, to the garment industry of the country to triple its exports in other countries, to more than double employment in this sector. We know that since then that the project went through and the industry went through some testing times with a few lockdowns, with other volatilities. Dear Araxia, I'm happy to greet you, Barevdes, I'm happy to greet you from Armenia. Could you kindly update us on what your project and the umbrella brand could have produced as results, and maybe on other new achievements generated by the umbrella brand and by the companies united under this umbrella brand? You have 7 minutes, Araxia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Farouk. It's really an honor to present my project to this event. Our project was started in 2014, and now we are in third phase. Our partners are Ministry of Economy and the Investment Support Center. And for the Ministry of Economy, light industry sector is priority, so we are in line with SDGs of the government. So our objective is to improve competitiveness of garment and leather sector through modernization and export promotion. Our main goals are export promotion of Armenian garment shoes under 5,900 BC brand, and capacity development through Space 59 Training and Service Center. How we do it? We do it with a team of international and national experts, and we work with the companies. We help them to improve their product design, quality, finance and marketing skills, and also production planning, legal issues, logistics, standardization, networking and partnership building, also PR and communication. What we are doing, we are preparing collections twice per year according to fashion trends. And these collections are made under umbrella brand 5,900 BC. And the companies are working together with international experts, and the know-how and the knowledge is transferred to the companies and also to the trainers of our training center. So 5,900 BC is a regional brand that promotes companies to access export markets and also to increase their sales in local market. So how we gain the recognition of the brand through exhibitions, through B2B meetings, through forums. And 5,900 BC brand now started to be associated with Armenia's long traditions of quality and high fashion industrial production. We are participating twice per year to CPM Collection Premier Fair. Also, all our participations are under 5,900 BC logo brand. And we are also organizing catwalks during this CPM, and again under 5,900 BC brand. Also, our shoes and leather sector is introduced to international markets and to Ismailova shoes and other fairs under 5,900 BC brands. 10 companies are presented here. I mean, the shoemakers and leather producers. It's a very unique platform. Usually we are participating twice per year. It is called, this is a very interesting platform where the buyers are meeting directly to the companies. And again, it's made under one united umbrella brand, 5,900 brand. And I will just mention that during our last Be Together event, 100 meetings were organized, and in 2 days. You can imagine how tough it was, but it's bringing its good results. And now our companies are getting ordered from big companies which are having more than 500 shops. So, and our orders are on continuous basis. It's not only one time. And the companies are visiting to Armenia, and they are working and putting their orders. But not only face-to-face meetings are organized, and our companies are selling through online platforms, e-commerce portals. And during COVID, we faced very, as you know, we had a difficulty, and we prepared for them digital promotion materials and like promotional films and also some other tools. And these promotional films were made for more than 10 companies. I will show one of them. And during the COVID, we also had an opportunity to organize online meeting with the buyers. And through these movies, they could see, well, the company's capacity.
Zakharyan Jeans Company, founded in 2017, specializes in the production of jeanswear. Having set itself the goal of improving the production of Armenian jeans that would meet the highest international standards, the company, in a short time, not only became the most recognized jeans brand in Armenia, but also successfully entered the international market. Jeans are produced by German and Italian equipment under the strict guidance of technologists from Italy. The company is constantly improving the quality of its products, introducing the latest technologies and solutions into the production. Zakharyan Jeans Company updates its own collections of men's and women's clothing every season. The range of manufactured products is quite wide: trousers, shorts, coats, skirts, jackets, and other clothes. Brave design, solutions, and creative approach. These are those factors that attract the attention of local and foreign buyers to the company's products. One of the key advantages of Zakharyan Jeans Company is also the ability to create capsule collections with hand-painted parts on them.
So during these 3 phases, we participated 35 international and national exhibitions. We made 400 products and about 50 collections, and the know-how was transferred to local companies and also to the training and service centers. We made trainings on production planning, on fashion marketing, on cost accounting, on marketing skills. So about 50 equipments were bought for the center, including innovative solutions, innovative softwares like innovative softs for grading and pattern making, and also plotter and printers.
You have 1 minute to finish. Thank you.
We had very nice outcomes. We created about 1,500 new jobs. Our experts were increased in 4 times, and the turnover was tripled. And we created and established a strong center, which is called Light Industry Training and Service Center, providing trainings like swing operator courses, pattern making, virtual prototyping, fashion design, also production planning, fashion sketching, swapper making, as well virtual prototyping, and also providing services for the small business. So our aim is to increase the sales of the companies, develop 5,900 VC brand as trustworthy as it is now, and strengthen it. Thank you very much.
Araxia, thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing this project, most recent advancement in the area of e-commerce marketing during the pandemic, and also new approaches to customer outreach, online reputational management. Thank you very much. Now I'm very delighted to welcome the video message from Dr. Alexander Biach, Deputy Director to Vienna Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the old friend of Brand for Competitiveness Initiative, who will share with us his vision on building branding for trust in the context of regional development.
The past years have been incredibly difficult to our nations and economies, with the global pandemic, the unfolding war in the Ukraine, and any associated energy challenges for Europe. The pandemic has temporarily disrupted international supply chains, put a damper on the tourism industry, and brought aviation to a virtual stillstand for months. Many businesses, from sole traders to big corporations, are still battling with these consequences, despite millions in assistance payments. Today, we have to be well prepared for the possibility of harsh winter months and even potential energy bottlenecks. But as in every crisis, There are also companies in Austria that understand how to overcome challenges better than their competition. Companies with excellently managed brands are more successful. Especially in volatile times, consumers do seek direction and support from brands they trust in. Regardless of whether we are talking about products, services, or destinations, the brand premium, that is the markup achievable through brand attractiveness, is crucial for resilience and competitiveness in a strong and turbulent market environment. Strong brands profit from a clear positioning of their original origins. Think about the Italian design, the French fashion, or German cars are prime examples, for example, in this context. Our small and medium enterprises are resilient, but their resilience must also be advertised and communicated. That's why the title of this year's Brand Global Summit is so important. In brands, we trust. Because the past years have shown that brands are all about trust. But having said that, what is that trust? Well, trust can be related to at least 4 dimensions. First, the political trust. Second, the institutional trust. Third, the social trust. And fourth, the economic trust. Already, these remarks illustrate that we have to provide answers on all social, political, institutional, and economic issues. As the business location advocate of Vienna, I am committed to promoting Vienna as a brand and to further strengthening its international openness in all these 4 dimensions. We know today that brand identification leads not only to higher financial brand value, depending on brand power and brand strength, but it leads also to direct economic benefits in various sectors. So revenue and therefore cross value added, as well as employment and wages. We have to draw particular attention to the interaction between regional brands and the value of sustainable growth. Why is this relevant to business locations? First, because the location is a brand on itself. Trust the location. That's why we look at Vienna, at the green economy in Vienna. We want to demonstrate the positive impact of modern infrastructures and efficient innovations, and show that innovation can lead to economic growth and prosperity, while at the same time it contributes to more environmental protection by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Imagine over 18 billion euro in cross-regional product and more than 160,000 jobs are generated by the green economy. Or in terms of brands, it's no longer enough to create value. It's all about the sustainability and the way how to value what it creates. Second, because brands provide guidance. Trust also in orientation. Especially today, there is a trend away from material assets and towards immaterial assets. The quality of life becomes more important. As a result, brands that value quality, sustainability, and the business location are gaining more and more importance. When confronted with the disruption and new trends, brands can offer stable and provide guidance. In every sector, a credible brand can create trust and give customers orientation. And third, why trust? Because trust builds stronger brands. Developing Vienna as a city of health, we strengthen the brand and the location and improve the quality of life for all residents. As a result, in times of crisis, especially those brands that remain authentic are the most successful because people can trust them. This illustrates that clear positioning in the sense of specialized region branding and sustainable corporate brands is essential for success in international competition and between business locations. Various studies show a huge potential for Viennese brand values in the near future, which in turn leads to a potential of up to 19 billion euros in gross value added for the city. Brands help in strengthening our region and in establishing the city of Vienna as an innovative engine for the future, with lots of innovative ideas, with creative entrepreneurship and sustainable growth. It's time to experience our brands and put new trust in our business location.
Thank you, Dr. Bier. Indeed, what a speech, what a message. In fact, I captured a few key messages which could be takeaways not only for this session, but to entire 2022 summit, indeed.
Go ahead, Farouk.
Well, basically, if you allow, let me conclude our session by stating some of these the messages which I captured from Mr. Dr. Bier's speech. Location is a brand on itself. Trust the location. Credible brands provide guidance, provide trust in orientation, especially today, nowadays, away from material assets towards immaterial assets. And that authentic brands that value quality, sustainability, and business location can gain more importance and are more successful because people just trust them. So indeed, brands are indeed all about trust. Thank you.
What a nice conclusion, not only of that last panel, I must confess, but thanks again to everyone who participated on this global view on the issues of brands and trusting in brands. And this was really a journey around the world, not in 80 days, but less, in a couple of hours, live here from the UN headquarters in Vienna, in cooperation between European Brand Institute and UNIDO. Farouk, thank you very much for hosting this last unit and for sharing so many special and interesting aspects of your work. And also thanks once more to the Chamber of Commerce and Industry here in Vienna and Alexander Bier and his speech. We're about to close this year's summit, which makes Gerhard once more be the man at my side today. Gerhard Revicek, Mr. Brand and European Brand Institute President. This is your lifetime work to make the world experience the value of brands, but also to encourage companies, to encourage ideas, to encourage even institutions like the one we're in now to be aware of the value they have, and your institute can accompany institutes, can accompany institutions, can accompany products and ideas on their way to be strong brand, which means a reliable brand, which means a brand we all can trust in. And we have learned again once more many, many things today. And as Gerhard said at the beginning, if there would only be one point one point you can take away from this Brand Global Summit. It was a success, not only for us, but probably for you, but I'm pretty sure there was definitely more than one point, and so there is, of course, also more than one speaker at the end of this Brand Global Summit 22, and we're very privileged to have Mr. Su, Managing Director of UNIDO, also here with us in person. You might remember opening speech today, pre-recorded by Director General of UNIDO. We're still blown away by his message and all the points he targeted, and we're now very ready to get the closing remarks on Brand Global Summit 22 with the aspect of In Brands We Trust. This was our guideline and our motivation to do this year's Brand Global Summit, and I'm ready now to hand you, Mr. Su, the closing words on behalf of UNIDO. We're very happy to have you.
Thank you, thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, I wish to extend a warm thank you to all participants gathered today here at the HQ of UNIDO and joining us online via Zoom or YouTube. Allow me also to express my appreciation to the European Brand Institute and personally to Dr. Gerhard Habicek for our non-standing cooperation and strong support in organizing the annual Brand Global Summit. This important discussion platform acknowledges the contribution of intangible assets to inclusive and sustainable industrial development, promoting brands and intellectual property as key tools to ensure economic growth through innovation. Today's sessions explored the manifold role of intangible assets in digital transformation, regional and country-level branding, brand investment for job generation and higher incomes, financing brands and intellectual property, non-fungible tokens, license and tokenization, as well as safeguarding the environment. All these topics are key for understanding modern development trends that can contribute to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. In the context of today's discussions, UNIDO encourages its member states to accelerate the adoption of practices that are known to build up resilience, visibility, and credibility in the digital realm. In particular, UNIDO keeps exploring innovative solutions to build a better future while addressing the most pressing development issues, especially supporting those countries which are lagging behind as the digital divide is still a present issue. In doing so, we promote initiatives that embrace digital transformation and reinforce digital skills, intellectual value-added production and marketing, including strategic branding and industrial design. Our experience shows that a brand-based digital presence helps ensure direct midterm impact on the acceleration of industrial and social economic growth, including job creation and poverty reduction. For SMEs, industries, and sometimes even for whole countries and regions, turning to intangible assets creates a powerful incentive for entrepreneurship, innovation, access to new financing instruments, and international cooperation. This is especially relevant in our times that are defined by digitalization and associated challenges. In this context, brands will play a big role in bridging numerous gaps created by digital transformation, helping society, communities, and environment to become more resilient. That is why, if we truly want to make sure that the potential of intangible assets is fully unlocked, we need to take concrete steps towards a wider, efficient, and more democratized use of brands and intellectual property. To this end, we need to ensure effective cooperation, drawing upon our partnerships and networks, both in the public and the private sector. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Today's presentations provided valuable insights into how brands can embody creativity, constructive values, and strategic vision that are the main prerequisites in being innovative while moving forward. Allow me to wish all speakers and guests best of luck and success in their important mission of innovators and agents of sustainable future. Once again, thank you to everyone who joined us at the UNIDO HQs and online. I hope that today's discussion have provided you with food for thought and inspiration for meaningful action. We count on your active engagement in the future editions of Brand Global Summit and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Managing Director Su of UNIDO. Thank you very much for this nice conclusion and also for your personal words of wishes to our speakers and participants today and how they can contribute also on the topics we discussed today for the future. Gerhard Rebicek, still with us, of course, founder of the European Brand Institute, also founder of the Brand Global Summit 18 years ago. Is that true? Amazing. And we're ready to get your closing words of this year's summit. Please, the floor is yours, Gerhard.
Thank you.
You have to just switch it on, just to the upside. Perfect.
Now it works.
Now it works. Perfect.
At least one technical problem we should have. Yeah.
At least.
Thanks to the technical team, it was fantastic.
Fantastic
Mr.
job.
Su, thank you very much. You just arrived from the airport, and I think that shows how important you take it that you come here to us and join us for the final words. Thank you very much to UNIDO. Thanks to all the team, to the technical team, to the organizing team. You really, really did a wonderful job. Thank you very much. We learned a lot. I think we learned that sustainable brands, that's one of the key topics of United Nations Industrial Development Organization, do better in every indicator. They strengthen competitiveness. They're better performing. They outperform other ones. They have good returns. They create regional prosperity, which is, I think, very important in our work, what we do. And it's also possible to raise funds. We showed, as you mentioned, that we can use brands for collateralization. This is very important. We also saw that the other point you mentioned, digitalization, I think it's a key. We should support companies. It needs a shift of thinking, we heard today. SMEs should consider that. And also there, brands are important. Digitalization needs branding, and brands need digitalization. So there is a cooperation between those two. Brands build visibility, trust. Trust is very important for the credibility, for employees, for talents. We heard today the war of talents, for employees, for customers, for stakeholders, and for the society. Yeah, I want to thank all of you, UNIDO, but also the city of Vienna, who invites us tonight to the Vienna Brand Gala. I want to thank especially Sonia Kato. She is already Mrs. Brand, I think. She did a wonderful moderation. Sonia, thank you very much. She's also already very much into the topic, and thanks for your contribution and your guidance and support of all these years.
Thank you very much for these honoring words. I'm just a student, and in the case of brands, there is only one big master. This is you, Gerhard, and so many organizations that really contribute on their highest level possible as UNIDO. So thank you so much, and thanks to everyone. This was really a brand global summit, and I cannot express my deep thankfulness that we made it around the globe within those last hours. And thanks everyone who participated participated. Once more, big thank you to the technical team here on location of United Nations building, UNIDO headquarters. And this was an amazing job you did. It was an amazing time you shared with us. And stay tuned. We're looking forward. I think by tomorrow, Gerhard starts planning the Global Summit 23. So see you again. Thank you very much. Servus und auf Wiedersehen aus Wien.